Hello, everybody. You are tuned in to Shine Online. I'm here with Shannon Shine, very sparkly.
Yeah, thanks. I decided I was going to step into my shiniest self so that I could help inspire others to do the same.
Absolutely. So, tell us a little bit about what's going to happen today.
So I had the opportunity to sit down with a lot of amazing people. You had the opportunity as well. You did a lot of the behind the scenes. So shout out to CeeLo for doing all the behind the scenes work, helping me keep things organized and up to date and tech wise, tech wizard over here. But I had the opportunity to sit down with a lot of amazing people and ask them what their story was, ask what inspired them, and if they had any advice to inspire others that want to step into their creative journey and bring it to life.
Yeah. So, it's exciting to be here on the set. We are in a new studio space. A lot of that going on. Shine Time Studios is kind of teaming up with the Bring Me to Life. All of our stuff's in one place.
Yeah.
How's that feel for you?
It's been a decade of bringing the dream to life, and I am really excited and grateful for the safe space and the opportunity to continue to grow. I know last year we had a really amazing studio set up, and it really set the bar high for what I wanted our standards to be. And I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time where we just get to welcome people in and they get to really feel what it's like to be seen and witnessed for what it is they have to offer the world.
Awesome. A lot of great interviews. We have a mini video that we're going to play about the story of Bring Me to Life.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. It's good to be able to share what our inspiration was behind this whole mission and why we want to continue to do it.
Yeah.
Before we hop into the videos with others, I'd like to take a moment and ask you what it is that inspires you to keep going.
Well, I am inspired by making a change in the world and helping others. And I love to help people with their creativity. You made a bio for me recently and it said creative companion. And I really love that, being able to, be a companion for people who either are already started with their art, maybe they want to begin their art and their creativity. So that really inspires me, being able to create my own stories. I love storytelling. I love writing. I love making videos. And, those things bring me a lot of joy and it helps me get up in the morning.
Do you think that there has been anyone that has really inspired you on your journey?
I've been inspired by a lot of people. I would say number one is my grandpa. He kind of set like a really good example for me. He led by example. He also didn't talk a whole lot, which is maybe part of why I act. I show who I am through my actions more than I say. But my grandpa definitely inspired me. Everybody that I meet that is, writing and creating all these stories is very inspiring. One of my favorite authors is Kurt Vonnegut. He was just such an incredible, talented author. He came up with all these really amazing ideas that just kind of like were very profound to me, and it set a stage for me wanting to be more of like a science fiction writer, or just a writer who takes people to different worlds.
I love that. I love that your grandpa was a huge inspiration as well. My grandma was a big inspiration for me, as well as both of my parents. And it's really important to me to be able to give people an opportunity to share their story, because I know that there's so many people who don't have the opportunity to share their story anymore. So being able to live in their honor, I think, is a beautiful thing. And I know that you love that for your grandpa. And every time we hear a train, we go, Grandpa, and things like that. And those little inspirations and reminders that there's something out there bigger than us guiding us, I think, is really important and powerful to the journey.
Yeah, and I do have to shout out my mom. We have an interview with my mom coming up, and she was also very inspiring to me. She herself is very creative. She likes to write as well. And I never realized how much I got from, my parents and how creative they were until I got older and started realizing, they were very creative. So yeah. So what's your inspiration for being creative and doing what you do?
Well, definitely, like I said, my mom and my dad, but also my grandma. Like, my grandma was an amazing artist, and she never really had the opportunity to share her art in a big way. And she always kept saying that she hoped that one day that I would have the opportunity to do it. and that if I had a gallery, she would love to be a part of it and things. So I find little ways to keep her in my inspiration all the time. While I made a lot of the Shine Online videos, I had this little like feeling that she was watching me, and it was so funny. I looked down, and next to my desk, I actually have my grandma's sewing machine. So it was like she was right next to me the whole time. Another big inspiration for me is growing up, I had like a little bit of an edge where losing both my parents, everyone kind of had this assumption that I could have, went to the rougher side of the track. And to me, I thought it was a little bit of motivation to show people that no matter where you come from, you can do anything that you dream of. And my little brother kind of like held me to that, knowing that I had somebody little watching me, really helped keep me in line so that I would stay focused and inspire him to do the same. And we actually have a video from him later in the show as well, where he's doing his paranormal investigations, and I'm really proud of him. He's following his dreams too.
It's really cool to see our family members, getting into these kinds of things, and us being able to help them. Them being involved with what we're doing is really cool.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited for all the videos. We have some amazing authors. We have some amazing musicians. We have artists and other inspirational leaders. And it's really powerful to watch not only our family, but our friends step into their dreams. And the biggest thing about the Bring Me to Life project, or the Bring Me to Life network, is that we have the opportunity to lift each other up and to cheer each other on. And I'm really grateful to continue to build the network in a way that we can really connect people to others that they may not have had the opportunity to before.
I kind of wanted to ask you about this disco ball here that everybody could see. So Shine Online is filled with disco balls in the graphics, obviously on the set, and each camera angle we have, you can see the disco ball. Why is it important for you to have this disco ball be a part of it?
That's a great question. I kind of feel like I'm a human disco ball some days. But the disco ball is really important to me because, one, we're in the year of the dragon, which I keep saying it's the year of the disco dragon, because there's this energy of strength and rebirth and power that comes with the energy of the dragon. And the disco ball to me is kind of a representation of that. It's the scales and it's reflective. And with Shine Online, we have the opportunity to reflect light off of each other and to reflect pieces of each other in the world. And I think the disco ball is just a great symbol of the reflections that we all are.
That's beautiful. So with that, should we begin Shine Online?
Yeah. So if you're watching, I hope you enjoy our chat. I do want to say that we will be offering some different opportunities in our Discord, so you'll want to stay tuned for more details on our after party, where there'll be some giveaways and, just behind the scenes, and there's a lot of cool stuff there. So stay tuned and enjoy. Thanks for watching Shine Online. You're now tuning in to Beyond the Mic, a mini doc about the Bring Me to Life network.
My name is Selomon.
Hi, I'm Shannon Shine.
I helped co-create Bring Me to Life.
You're in Shine Time Studios, and I'm excited to talk to you about the Bring Me to Life network.
And this is the story of how we got started.
Bring Me to Life Network is a platform that I am really excited about, because with this network, our mission is to help inspire others as well as feature those that are doing inspiring projects. And the Bring Me to Life Network started as Project Bring Me to Life. Sometimes you'll often hear it referred to as the Project Bring Me to Life. And that was kind of the baby seed of this bigger vision. And it really started with Silo's journey of experiencing what it's like to step into a creative lifestyle or something that's just not your normal experience.
So originally Bring Me to Life was started as a documentary film series that I was posting on YouTube, I had an extreme panic attack where I was starting to question my life. Was I serving my purpose? After that moment, I started looking into meditation. I started looking into the energy centers, astral projection, and it just kind of like evolved into a journey to find what truth was for me. I went on a journey to discover my own path, and I wanted to film it because I felt like a lot of other people were going to go on, their awakening journey, and together, we can feel like we're a part of something bigger. I had a lot of really great experiences out there doing the recording. So in 2012, we went on a crazy adventure, got back, lost all of the footage that I had. So I decided, I wasn't going to work on Bring Me to Life anymore. At that point, it was called Project Bring Me to Life, but I felt like maybe the project was finished. So I left that alone for a few years. In 2014, one of my friends was doing a workshop at a festival called Rootwire, and they were doing it in West Virginia. So at this festival, I actually met Shannon Shine.
Silo came to me in the middle of a really hard time in my life, and all I really wanted to do was help people. And I was creating Shine Time. It was my way of highlighting different people and giving them the opportunity to create logos and websites and different avenues of graphic design to really package what they were doing as creatives.
For some reason, podcast was a big thing that we wanted to work on together. And we were looking at all the different names that we could choose for the podcast. And I told her about Bring Me to Life.
Silo shared with me that he had started this project called Bring Me to Life, where he crossed country and was meeting all these people. And I wanted to travel, and I wanted the opportunity to be able to interview people and ask them what it was that was driving them to keep going.
We were naturally drawn to a lot of artists, musicians, a lot of creative people. I know a lot of us go through a lot in this life. And me personally, I've healed a lot through art. I've healed a lot through music, through being creative.
So we decided to keep the name Bring Me to Life because it felt like that's what we were doing. We were helping people bring their dreams to life through podcasts. One of my favorite things about the Bring Me to Life network is that you can always meet somebody new. We've had the opportunity to connect with so many amazing people over the years.
Our very first podcast interview was with Ashton Robertson, Spaceship Earth. And if you go back and you see footage from our first interview, you could tell the quality wasn't great, but what was important was that we were doing it.
In the last 10 years or so, we've got to travel all over the country and really touch base with people that I never would have met without this project.
We've done hundreds of podcasts since then. We've met a lot of great people, but it's evolved now. It's become Bring Me to Life.
So when the Bring Me to Life project turned into the Bring Me to Life network, it was a very unique experience.
So with Bring Me to Life, it began to evolve into more than just a podcast. It evolved into an entire community. It evolved into events like the Crystal Chalice Awards.
We had this idea that the independent artist industry, music industry, whatever you want to call it, didn't have anything like the Grammys or the Oscars. And that feeling of being rewarded for all the hard work that you put into your craft, there's really nothing like it. And who doesn't want an opportunity to dress up and hang out with their friends and just, be silly and make a memory? And that's what the Crystal Chalice Awards was for us.
As big of a part as being creative plays and artistry plays in this world, it doesn't get appreciated enough. So we wanted to give awards to those kinds of people.
And it was really unique to make the awards and to know so many people still have them. It was a time of journeying that I really appreciated being able to give to people and just to celebrate and honor them for all that they've done.
We also decided to do Shine Online, and we wanted to do Shine Online through the winter because of the winter blues, and it was an uplifting online free event.
That's when we started moving more towards online and offering the Shine Online Festival in an even bigger way. We had already had a Shine Online, and people kind of thought we were crazy for trying to create a festival on the internet. But since we had the experience when everybody was locked down in their homes, it really kind of gave us a little bit of an edge because we were ready for the online.
I'm really excited that Shannon was a part of it. All the people that have been a part of it have been really incredible, and I'm grateful to keep moving forward.
So, part of the Bring Me to Life journey has also been creating storefronts and opportunities for artists and creatives. A few years ago, I had one in my hometown of Cumberland, Maryland, and it was a beautiful space called Mountain Shine Creative. I featured anywhere between 60 to 200 artists at any given time, and I really loved teaching them how to brand their products and to elevate their message as artists. And there was a certain time in life where I just got kind of the internal download that something big was about to happen. To no surprise to me, stuff started closing down around me, and just a few months later, COVID actually happened, and we had to kind of shut down everything we were doing, and we were planning a big tour. We wanted to go out and interview people on site in their communities, and I was supposed to do public speaking gigs. And when all of that got pushed aside, it did kind of put a hold on what the vision was. So we've since moved to Princeton, West Virginia. There's a beautiful community called Princeton with all these different art collectives that have really shown what they want to do in a community. And we're happy to be a part of it. And that has birthed the new Shine Time Studios.
We have this amazing building that we're working on. Part of that is the podcast studio that we're recording this interview in. Part of it is the set for Shine Online that you guys have already gotten to witness. And there's an art and wellness center as well.
So the lower portion of it is where we get to host events like ceremonies, gatherings, networking, socials, and also help artists sell their work. But it's also the home of where our podcasts are going to be created, as well as our virtual workshops and some other things to be announced in the near future.
There's a lot of great stuff on the horizon with Bring Me to Life, and I hope you all stay tuned because we're going to do some really amazing things. I hope you enjoyed that video. I just want to give a shout out to our friend Billy Morgan of Billy Morgan Photography for helping us get a lot of that footage. And I wanted to actually play a video that Billy and I made together. It's called Welcome. It's a little short, kind of like a little short film. But then after that, we're going to play a video that Billy made of some conservation, which is a big passion of his. So stick around. We're going to go to those videos now.
In the snow-draped peaks of West Virginia, a silent guardian emerges. Blanketing the land in a quilt of white, snow is more than winter's artistry. It shields the fragile life beneath from biting cold, ensuring the survival of plants and creatures alike. But its role doesn't end there. As the snow accumulates, it becomes a reservoir, patiently storing water for the thaw. A gradual release, a lifeline for rivers and streams, nurturing the diverse ecosystems that call these mountains home. Snow, a quiet architect of balance, weaving a tale of resilience in West Virginia's frozen embrace.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hope you enjoyed those videos, and I'd like to present you to Billy Morgan, the man behind the video. Welcome to Shine Online.
It's good to be here. I enjoyed being here last time, and I'm excited. Right now, I bet I'm watching this and seeing most of it for the first time, so I'm sure I'm just sitting enjoying it thoroughly.
Well, appreciate you being back. You were part of Shine Online last time. How have you been doing since then?
Been doing very well. Lots of video projects, lots of time in nature, and just been trying to evolve my craft a little bit more to focus on just some things that I've wanted to focus on for a while.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And we made the video where we went out and shot just for a day. And
welcome.
Yeah, the welcome video. And if people didn't know, you were the voice behind the final welcome.
Yeah, the final welcome. Yeah, that's true.
How was shooting that? What were maybe some of your favorite parts of doing that video?
Well, I love that you and I both were kind of just excited to go make something, and that we were just like, okay, let's just go film it right now. And we kind of discussed what we were going to film right before it, and then just made it. We filmed it in like half an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
And it felt really good because a lot of times being in this industry, there's a lot of pressure. Yeah. And pre-production usually takes even longer than production. And so it felt really good to do that, and not only do it, but then like watch it and be like, wow, I like this a lot. And so I'm looking forward to doing more of those videos.
Absolutely. There's more coming, so everybody stay tuned. The video after that, the conservation video, I know you enjoy doing a lot of conservation stuff. Why is that important to you?
Well, something about this area especially, there's not a whole lot of high quality media, like educational eco videos or anything like that, like you see in a lot of states, especially Midwest and West Coast. And West Virginia is one of the most diverse ecosystems on the planet. And so when I started searching, because I just wanted to learn more about the areas, the wildlife in the areas, how the ecosystem works, and I couldn't find anything, I decided that I was just going to go out and start doing videos on animals and ecosystems. And because I think the video that you showed was about the importance of snow. And that's, a lot of people don't think about that, that snow is necessary. And so I just want to keep making videos like that to kind of educate people, and also to document what's going on here right now. Especially with spring coming up, there's all kinds of stuff going on. And so I'm just going out there a few days a week right now, spending all day and just filming what I see, and then talking to some of my friends who are, actively naturalists and scientists and biologists and stuff from when I was doing that kind of stuff a few summers ago, and then just working out a script and telling people what's going on.
Yeah, so where can people find more videos that you do, or maybe do you have a website that people could go to, or social media that people can check out?
Yeah, right now the latest things are going up on Instagram, which is billy.morgan.photo, but they're all going to be available on goodshipfilms.com, and eventually they're going to be kind of like put into one larger video that showcases the wildlife and ecosystems in our area, kind of like a larger project. So that'll be coming at some point. There's a lot of filming left to do. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, hope everybody checks that out. Another thing that you helped with, you actually helped a lot with a lot of videos that we're playing here today. The Beyond the Mic that we called it, the story of Bring Me to Life, how that got started. So appreciate you helping us with that.
No problem. I have not seen that yet. Well, I have I seen it yet? When
You
people see this?
you haven't seen the edit yet.
I have not. I have not seen the edit yet. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah. So appreciate you helping with all of that. We are going to play other videos here later on the show, and those are the We Need to Talk episodes, the docu-shorts, the music videos.
Yeah.
Did you want to say anything about those?
So yeah, We Need to Talk. You'll see a little bit more about what that is later, but it is a very impactful project, and I find that it's one of the most fulfilling projects that I've been able to work on lately. And there's a lot of good videos coming up. So, as you know, we create a music video about an issue that we feel like needs discussed, and then we do a docu-short that goes with it. And that it's taken a lot of work with a lot of people. And we filmed 3 of them so far. And I think even in the next month or so, we're going to film 2 more of them. And those are going to be a little bit harder to discuss subjects. They're going to be a little bit more difficult to film. But I think the impact from the videos it's going to be pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's a powerful project that you all are working on. I'm grateful that I got to be part of it and be in some of the videos. So hopefully
you can see your feet in James's video.
You can see these boots
right
these
there.
very boots
Famous
right
boots.
Here. Famous boots right
Yeah.
now. Yeah, and appreciate you doing all that you do. Appreciate you coming on set here on Shine Online, and you've helped us a great deal with this event here. So really grateful to you for that.
Grateful to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Grateful that we're here together. And is there anything else that you might want to share, any messages or anything else you want to share on Channel Online?
Yes. I'm sure a lot of people, when you're watching this, you're seeing all this creativity and these amazing people. And one thing they all have in common is they just decided to do it. So I know you didn't ask for like advice or whatever, but seriously, y'all, if you want to do something, the world doesn't work in, black and white. There's not like, this is how you do it. Figure out how to do it and go out and do it. And you can make a difference. You don't have to wait for anybody to tell you that it's okay.
Absolutely.
And also make sure you go look at all their stuff, all their websites, social media. These are amazing people. And he didn't tell me to say that. I just believe it too.
I did not pay Billy. Well, thank you for coming on set.
Yeah.
Quick shout out your social media and your website again.
Okay, billy.morgan.photo, which is Instagram. I'm also Billy Morgan on LinkedIn. I do post stuff there. And then goodshipfilms.com. That's my production company. And you'll be able to see most things I've done and am doing there.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being part of Shine Online.
Yep. I love Shine Online. So I love everything y'all do.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Shine Online.
I am excited. We're doing all kinds of things. We've got shiny bits and happy people, and we're opening the portal for Shine Time. So I moved to Princeton. We moved to Princeton about 2 years ago. We were familiar with the Riff Raff Arts Collective and their work here, and our friends, the Pigment Sanctuary, set up a shop here. And we just felt the calling for more creative energy and artists to have more home base. And we just loved what was happening, and more people means more magical happen. So Shine Time Studios is an art and wellness center. We're gonna cater to people of all different kinds of creativity. So that's music, that's art, that's writing. We're gonna have meditations for people of all ages and really teach people how to tune into their body and their inner muse. And we're still kind of figuring out what it is. The energy that guides me just told me it's something people need, and I'm here for the exploration.
I am offering tarot readings and astrological consultations today, and then tonight I'm doing the new moon ceremony and sound healing.
Where?
At Shine Time Studios.
So I'm helping Shannon lead this class in intention setting for the year. I'm teaching the process that I use to start my paintings so that people can ask some questions and divine their answers for the year.
I'm feeling really excited for the Shine Time Studios Art and Wellness Center that we're doing with all of our beautiful friends, all of our really creative friends who have amazing ability. Hopefully we can all create beautiful things here in the center, in the studio, and make this a better world.
We've had steady people all day. We've done a lot of activities. The news came. My friends all showed up. We've been extra shiny, and it feels like Shine Time.
I am about to host a new moon in Capricorn sound healing and guided meditation. And we're going to start off by, I'm going to be guiding everybody through a really, really simple ritual for drawing in abundance, drawing in like the discipline and focus that we need to work towards our goals. It's really important because this is our first new moon of the year. So it's a really good time to tap into that. And all of the astrological alignments are really, really in support of our willpower and focus and discipline returning. So that's kind of where I'm going to be like pushing everybody towards.
Getting things ready. I'm covering the floor, so there's just like a cozy vibe. We've had lots of people in and out, and the energy's been really high. We're going to center it back, the intention for the space and for the year, and hopefully meditate and enjoy some moon water from Joni.
Allow yourself to let go, allow yourself to enjoy the moment, the meditation, the sound, the experience.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hi everybody, I'm here again with my friend Angie, and we are really excited because you are here for your second Shonen Line.
Yay!
Yeah, thank you so much for coming back. I know last year we talked about cacao and we had a little cacao ceremony. We are drinking some magical cacao again. Could you tell us just a little bit about the drink we're enjoying?
I would love to. I have been spending the past few years just getting really grounded and connected to nature. And what cacao means in the nature realm of connection to me is being connected to my heart and opening my heart space. So I've been growing roots here in Princeton, in where we are in Shine Time Studios. And yes, learning and sharing more about how you can drink cacao and get more connected to yourself, connected to nature. And just dropping into the presence of nature and slowing down and being present.
I love that. So this isn't just any ordinary cacao. Is this a certain brand, or does it come from a certain place?
Yes, yeah, thank you for asking.
Yeah.
I am really grateful to have shared an experience with the brand Keys Cacao, and the beans come directly from plant to your heart, and what that means is they are harvested there in the lands where it's grown and shucked by hand by women, and I got to see and connect with those women. So it is really neat to be a part of a company and an organization that likes to share heartfelt women and connection. And so, if you'd like to share some cacao with us in a later date, we are going to start hosting some retreats that involve cacao. But the discount code will also be available in the details, on the YouTube and wherever.
All the places. I'm going to get you all the details on how you can support this amazing cacao blessing.
Yeah.
So you mentioned retreats and offerings. Is that something that's lighting you up right now?
It is.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I have been just really getting connected to myself and what kind of aligns and attunes and balances me. And that is more gathering, more sisterhood, more heart open spaces, connection to the ground, to the elements. And for me, that is going to manifest this year, I hope, in creating and holding space for retreats. And so using all of the tools and all of these modalities that I love to share and use in times of stress, in a trigger situation. Being able to hold a sacred space, whether it's a day long or many days long, where people can come together and really tap in and get present and just honor themselves.
Yeah, there's something about the experience of connecting with each other and coming together in community to explore the sacred space, because you can be on this journey on your own, but when you're witnessed with each other, whether it's a sisterhood or another form of sacred community or family, you create memories and you unlock something in your body. For me personally, that kind of holds me accountable for like stepping into that journey. I'm curious if you have any advice or guidance for someone wanting to step more into the sacredness of life.
I would say creating space for yourself and giving yourself permission to just slow down and if it's meditating or if it's just being still for a moment, I would definitely just invite some stillness and a pause. And maybe that could include some sound, and maybe that's creating a sound with a musical instrument that you have, or creating art in a way that just allows the slowness and the stillness to come through you, and not having to do or make action and achieve, and letting go of that mentality of life, of the overness, over processing and overdoing and overstimulating, and just slowing down and allowing yourself to be present.
I love that. So I know that we are offering one this coming weekend when this is being aired, and that might be hard for some people to get to. But like you said, you plan on stepping into this more regularly. We're going to be offering retreats on a regular basis, some that'll be day and hopefully some that'll be multi-day. And I know I personally want to collaborate with you on some virtual ones too, because I have people all over the world that are asking about cacao and asking about just how they can be more in tune with themselves. I love that you go grounded by nature, and it's kind of the vibe here, because nature is a huge part of that practice too, and making sure that people get to spend time in it. Well, before we hop off, is there anything else that you would like to offer or say in this moment?
I would just love to share gratitude for the Shine Time folks here, and the studio, for the space that y'all have created here on Mercer Street in Princeton. I know that you have been doing this broadcast for a while, and it's fun to see it come to life here. And just grateful that you hold space for all that you do for me, and allowing me to bring cacao to your friends.
Thank you so much. It's really fun, and it's such a unique experience to meet people virtually online through this platform, and then be able to welcome them in and to sit with them and to grow with them and commune with them. That being said, if people are watching, I'd like to invite them to hydrate, because that's something we didn't talk about, is like not only, nourishing ourselves with the cacao, but whatever sort of hydration that they can, take in. So if somebody were to, meditate with their drink or bless their drink, is there any, can we do that together? Can you hold space and invite us all into the moment?
I will. Yeah. So I would love for you to just maybe soften your eyes, or let your gaze not be direct on something, and just maybe listen to the sounds of where you're at. Listen to your body. Maybe you can feel your heart beating, or really fast. Maybe it's really slow. And then just maybe if you have a cup in your hand, maybe it's water, maybe it's tea. Maybe just swirling it around in your hand, just like feeling how that liquid moves throughout your hand, and what that does while you're still rooted and grounded. And just being present to the senses that come forward. Are you able to smell something now that you've swirled your cup? Are you able to see things swirling in your cup if your gaze is down? Yeah, maybe inviting you to take a drink and seeing what comes up for you. Do you feel the coldness or the warmness? Really just tapping into that.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for taking that moment with us. I think it's really important for people to think about like what they're putting in their bodies and take that moment in time wherever they are. So before we throw up the information on how they can follow you, the cacao journey, how can we follow and stay connected with you?
Yeah, I would love for you to follow and stay connected with me. I am on Instagram. My handle is iam.wildandwonderful. And I do have a coffee house here in Princeton as well, right down the road from Shine Time Studios.
It's so cozy. It's so cute. It's basically my living room. I love it. I live there.
Yes, I'm grateful to share space with folks down there. And so, yeah, I would love if you're in town here in Princeton, we're on Mercer Street, to stop in at the Wild Roots Coffee House.
Oh, yay. And we're going to share some information on how you two can support Angie's mission in the cacao journey. And it's through Keith's Cacao.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So we will share that, and we hope you stay tuned and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for chatting on with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go.
Today I'm here with Appalachian artist NC. We're going to be talking about Nurtured Nature, a book that they just released. And do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and what inspired you to write a book?
I've just always been interested in animals more so, and art, and that kind of came together with this book. I grew up rescuing and rehabilitating wildlife with my family. My mom used to be an animal control officer, so a big part about my life growing up and even now is just encouraging people to preserve nature and to protect wildlife, and a lot of my art had been about that. So it just kind of came around to come to a book. It started with my art show, Appalachian Aesop, where it combined 6 illustrations that were pretty large scale, like I think 2.5 feet by 3 feet, and they're all ink illustrations, but they were combined with stories like Appalachian Aesop, or the old classic Aesop fables like the frog and the scorpion, the mouse and the toad. And from that, I decided to just started writing my own stories and eventually came along the book. It was about a 5-year process, I suppose, to think of all the stories and then actually put it to paper.
Wow. You answered a lot of questions there all in one.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm curious, so what advice would you have for other authors or artists that wish to be authors?
Really just do it, honestly. Like, it's one of those things that I believe after doing it that anybody could do it, really. You just have to press yourself to do it. You just got to keep doing it. Like, every day you got to kind of chip away at it and do a little bit, like do a few illustrations for it, or at least 1,000 words maybe. Like, instead of doing fun stuff, maybe work on your projects a little bit and then do fun stuff. But just gotta do it, really. Just gotta hold yourself to the fire. But anybody can do it.
Yeah, that seems to be a thing for the creatives, is you have to find a balance between the work and the play, because you want the art to be fun, but you also seem to have big dreams. Most artists I know have these big goals to write a book or to release some big work of gallery display and stuff like that. So with your book here, is there anything that came up that was most challenging for you?
Mainly just is like we were talking about earlier, formatting was terrible, but that's about it. Like, there was some really interesting and fun parts. Like, there's a lot of information and that's like ecological and biological about animals and nature in it. And it's actually called Bubbo's Notes throughout the book. But I went to like parks and natural life, wildlife refuges, aviaries, and kind of just gathered some information about animals around the area and just kind of put it in the book. So that was a fun part, but it was also hard. A lot of detective, like going to random people in the state parks and asking them questions and bothering them for a while, but it was fun.
Beautiful. So if people were interested in purchasing your book, how do they support you and your work?
I have my own website, which is melancholymountain.com, and you could find it on Amazon if you just search it. And also there's the Hatter's Bookstore on Mercer Street, and also I sell art at the Riff Raff as well. So all of those are pretty good things.
Cool. Is there anything else that is going on in your creative world or people you want to give shout outs to that?
I guess we're doing the mural at the Wade Center. Me and Chris Dehart, who's a wonderful man and a wonderful artist, he is currently running the Korea company, but me and him's been working on a large-scale mural throughout the whole Wade Center of Noah's Ark, and I look forward to that being done. Mainly, like, shout out to Dehart and the Wade Center. The Wade Center is an amazing foundation in place. We'll hopefully be doing some readings here next week with my book. So
Beautiful. If there was one part that you really wanted to share with those watching, is there an excerpt or a quote or anything that really sticks out to you that you feel called to share?
I don't know. I would probably talk about like just a give example of a story so people kind of understand it more. For instance, like the book it's fictitious. It's all stories I made up in my own little world, but the background of it is supposed to teach the reader about nature and the animals that live in it. So even if it's a fictitious story, it has a backing of a lesson that everybody should kind of know, I believe. Like one that we come across a lot is seeing a turtle cross the road. And I covered that in that book because we all see it. We all want to help, but we all don't necessarily totally know what to do. Mm-hmm. I didn't. I remember I saw a turtle one time and I got it and I thought to take it to Pipe Stem because Pipe Stem's a safe place, it'd be free. But in reality, that's totally wrong. Like turtles have a 1 mile radius of their home and they kind of map it out. And if you take them outside of that, they'll just spend like the rest of their lives trying to get back to their home. So the best thing to do is if you see a turtle cross the road is just help it to the other side. So in one of the stories, Mapping the Mountains, it kind of goes through a turtle that was misplaced from his home, and he's just spending the whole story trying to get back. So it kind of helps illustrate the journey and how hard it would be a turtle if you accidentally did that. But it's a good way to reinforce like what you should do if you come across a turtle on the road.
Yeah.
Especially as kids. It's a kid's book, so it's a fun way to kind of teach kids about animals and all that stuff. I think it's got a lot of information in it that I didn't even know, and it was fun to kind of delve into all that.
Beautiful. So you mentioned a little bit about the medium that you used to create the illustrations. Do you want to touch a little bit on what inspired you to move towards that sort of illustration style?
Really just comics, honestly. It was like when I was growing up, I wanted to be more of a cartoonist, and I went to college and delved more into fine art like ceramics and sculpture and painting, and I liked it, but it was just never totally me. And I feel like once I got back on my own, I went back to just drawing, and it worked out for me. But my main inspirations from that is probably like Jonah Bezquez, who made Invader Zim, or like Gris Grimley, even Matt Groening, who made The Simpsons, and stuff like that. Really, cartoons are my main emphasis for this, but kind of the darker side, I guess. That's why it looks kind of ominous at times, I suppose.
It might look ominous, but it has a positive meaning, an inspiring meaning.
They're happy little critters.
I think that's an important message, is that, again, don't judge a book by its cover. You don't know what's inside until you read it.
Oh, yeah.
So, all right, well, I think we shared a good bit. One more time, and I know you may have shared it, but just in case, what is your website and how can people find you?
It's melancholymountain.com, and it's just all one word and no abbreviation like MTN. It's just melancholymountain.com.
And do you have any other social medias that people could maybe follow you and stay up to date with any future projects?
Yeah, I post some on Instagram, and it's just NC_art. I'm a recluse at times, but I try to keep posting every now and then.
And can you spell NC for people?
Yeah, it's just ENCY.
All right, beautiful. We'll go check out NC, support their future projects, check out their book, and stay tuned for more. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching Shine Online. I invite you to also check out our website, bringmetolife.com with the number 2. And that has all kinds of articles and videos and just inspirational content that lives on. And we invite you to also submit an article. If you have something that you would like us to share, you can go ahead and submit it. You can also reach out to us and ask about how we can help you bring your podcast to life. Are you someone who has something you also want to say? Let us know. We'd love to hear from you. If you enjoy Shine Online, consider tuning in to the Bring Me to Life podcast. You can find a video version for some of our episodes at YouTube, or you can follow us on your favorite audio platform. Thanks for shining on with us.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, hiya. I'm here with my friend Danny today, and I would love for you to share a little bit about what you do and where you come from and why you're here.
Yeah, so I'm a nurse, but I have stepped out of like the traditional field of that. But I've been a nurse for going on 11 years now, and through that, I kind of discovered Reiki. So I also work as a Reiki master teacher, and I like to define that as like teaching myself and mastering my own life force, as that's what like Reiki boils down to, is life force energy, and then working with others to help them learn about themselves, their life force, and how to master that. And when I say master that, that's just using it.
Yeah.
We use a lot of the body, the parasympathetic nervous system and the sympathetic nervous system. So looking at like your fight and flight, your rest and digest. And that can also translate to like your masculine and your feminine energy, and how to just understand your body more and what you need so that you can step out of fight and flight, and use it productively. Like we have to have that triggered, because otherwise we don't get like out of the bed in the morning. Or if you need to make yourself something to eat, like to survive, but not chronically running in that mode.
Beautiful. So you do the different energy work, the Reiki. What inspired you personally to get into this?
Yeah, I burned out as a nurse. So I had a lot of unresolved trauma. I have a lot of addiction on my family tree. I'm actually a recovering alcoholic. That was probably symptomatic of burnout and just not realizing it. By the time, it was probably about 2015, so not too many years in the field. At that point, I had a lot of weight gain. I was on antidepressants, anti-anxiety meds. I had chronic urinary tract infections and chronic issues with my stomach. And it was kind of like I went to one doctor after the next. I did one procedure after the next, couldn't figure it out. And even in that world, we don't talk about like, well, it might be burnout, or this might be like symptoms of other things. Like, where are you taking care of yourself? So about 36 medications later, I just like walked out of the field. Like, I can't do this anymore. And it sounds really funny, but I kind of took like a year of spiraling to myself. I sold leggings in between that. I didn't even know what Reiki was at the time, hadn't heard of it. And I just kept feeling called to like Reiki. So I kind of like went and explored that path and used that for myself. And then was like, okay, like I want to learn more. And the funny thing is too, like Reiki's set up kind of like where you're becoming attuned, and you kind of think like, okay, you're going to work with people. But as you go through those processes, you're really learning more about yourself, and that may involve working with others, but it kind of becomes more of this life path. And I'll share too, coming from the medical field, but always being open-minded. At first, I thought like I was losing my mind a little bit when I was like venturing into those realms. But I had two really good instructors. We took one semester, that was it, of holistic medicine. And I remember her using a pendulum, and like we did like chakra balances and stuff. And then I had an instructor too. We did a whole semester of herbal pharmacology. And so like they were really important roles in me knowing like it was safe to like look at this and start using it for myself. And it just kind of has unfolded.
So I can see where being in the medical field and then going into energy work could be quite a shift. And I had similar experiences with people that if they're in the medical field, they often don't relate to the idea of energy work, or they kind of like shrug me off if I say I'm an energy worker. But then I've also had a lot of doctor friends and other nurse friends that they really do tap into the energy, and they understand that it works differently. From my personal experience, when my grandmother was in the hospital, my aunt got really into energy work and like oils and even more the nutritional side of it. And I'm wondering if you have any advice for those that maybe they are feeling crazy, maybe they don't know how to get grounded in this practice without going too far into the woo side. Yeah. So what's the advice you have there?
Yeah. Find a mentor, find a trusted mentor, and that's going to look different for everybody. But just because there are so many places, and the web's a great thing, but then now we have like a lot of access to a lot of different information. DOs, so osteopathic practitioners, and physicians, there's a lot of that's a good balance. So they're not medical doctors, they are, but they are trained with a holistic approach. So finding one of those to reference if you're wanting to kind of start at the physician level, and just finding a good mentor. And I would say using your guidance and do your research. A lot of it, when you take time, because I've noticed a lot of people kind of like shunning at first too. When you take time to really sit with it and start looking at it, not just start jumping into this oil or this herb or this treatment, you can start seeing the similarities. We're saying the exact same things, but we have two different languages for it. So I think it's okay to explore. And any medical professional you go to ask, request, normally, like, we are still trained in herbs and all these things, so we can talk to you about different,
Different offerings.
techniques. Yeah.
I think what a lot of people don't realize too is a lot of different medicines are herbal mixtures. Not all of them. Now there's a lot of like more chemical based things, but different remedies that you might find in a medical industry versus like an energy working community. There is that overlap. They're just kind of packaged differently, but not always. And when they start giving you too many at once, it can really affect the body. Just like if you were eating all the herbs at once, you're going to feel a little weird.
Yeah.
So something else, I want to go back to the burnout, because I think this is something that so many people struggle with. I stumbled upon one of your videos. You have a YouTube, right? What is the YouTube?
Yep. Heal What Ails You.
Heal What Ails You. I stumbled upon one of your videos where you talked about soul burnout and the issue that comes up where no matter how much you feel like you rest, you're still burnt out. And we are really catering to a lot of creatives and inspired individuals through this broadcast and through Bring Me to Life. And so often I find creatives, they will just keep going and going and going because they feel like they can never do enough to reach this like legacy or this level that they want to reach. And then they have this like sadness to them because they are constantly working, or they're not showing up as authentically, which is something else I've heard you speak on. How can we work through that? Or what is some advice you have for the creative burnout or the soul burnout?
Yeah. Thanks for asking that. So, boundaries are going to be like my number one thing. And just because that one word encompasses so many different attributes. Burnout in itself, and so you speak on like the soul exhaustion, and that's when we would like literally like that's burnout. Like if you're not having joy, you keep showing up, but it's almost like a depressed state.
Because I've been there. I've been like, my soul's tired.
Yeah. At that point, you have been in survival mode for so long that you don't have the capacity to receive joy. And so that's when we talk about like that parasympathetic nervous system, that's the one that we don't like to talk about a lot in the world, or just hasn't gained a lot of traction. That's your rest and digest, but that's also your receiving component. So if you're at those states, and that can be very seasonal and momentarily, we all go through that. But if you're at that state, something has to change. And I like to look at it too, like as a society and a creative, you're talking about that production. It's when you start looking at it, it's an addiction to the stress hormones in our body. So boundaries can look like boundaries to yourself. No, I'm not going to create today. Or maybe you're creating in a way that's just not in alignment with you because somebody else is needing you to create that way. Maybe it's time to say like, hey, I need to not do this for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, ever. There's different levels. But I would also, with that preference, like slowing down. So sometimes too, when we feel that way, we want to make like a huge shift and a huge change. Right? We want everything really fast.
Mine's like the desire to have a legacy. Like I want to leave something if I leave tomorrow, and then there's just this whole list of things that like I'm inspired to do. But I burn myself out so quickly sometimes that like I don't have the 10 minutes to write in my book, and giving myself Reiki sometimes feels counterintuitive because I'm like, well, if my energy's off, then I'm not really serving myself either.
And the root of that, and I can say this from personal experience too, when I was in the medical field, my goal was to be a nurse practitioner, and I was going to change the medical system. Like that was my legacy. what I wanted to do. But we also have to be willing to look at, and that's where a lot of self-work comes in, because it's not easy, and people might, tense up as I talk about this, but we're human. We all go through it. Why the legacy? What are we trying to prove? So why do we feel that, one, we're not worthy of just like experiencing bliss and joy in the state that we're in? Why does it have to be that we've like accomplished this huge thing? And so, for me and a lot of those that I work with, we kind of have to come back to that little root. That ends up putting us in that drive where nothing's ever good enough. So we just keep going and doing at the detriment of ourselves. And it can actually start detrimenting those like around us.
Yeah. I feel like there is that balance to like, it's one thing to be motivated and inspired, but that deeper drive to just feeling like you constantly have to be moving, you constantly have to be doing, that seems to just be so common right now, because just the economy and the industry of art and musicians and those that are teaching too, because we cater to the change makers, the advocates, and it's just, there is this just, what can I do? How can I do more? And it's exhausting, and it does feel like no matter how much we sleep sometimes, that it doesn't get better. So the boundaries, I think, is a beautiful recommendation. So through your YouTube channel, Heal What Ails You, did I say it right? Okay. You also offer some other forms of insight. You have a unique living style that you share upon, and how you've built that. Do you want to speak on that a little bit?
So I am off grid officially, I guess, have been for going on 2 years, maybe 3. We're officially in like our in-between home. So we've been in a tent for 2 of those years by choice. That was how we were able to best use our life force, was to just make that decision. That has been part of my healing of burnout, slowing down. And when I look at like life force and what that means, like even making money, we think like money is so valuable because it's backed by gold, and maybe so, but I have a way of looking at it of like, really it's so valuable because it's backed by your time, like your life that you're willing to sell for it.
Yeah.
And money is a great thing. It can be a resource, but it was important to me to be able to slow down and be present. And I really, like, when I'm a person, I need to like sit with the trees. Like I need to like sit and be still and observe and all that. And so being off grid allows me to like be able to slow down. It allows me to not require so much money, so that I can be like discerning in how I'm going to show up and who I'm going to show up with and all that jazz. So that's probably been part of my own healing.
I'm just kind of like smirking because I'm thinking if I lived in a tent for that many years, I would be burnt out just from living in the tent. But it brings me so much joy to see how happy it makes you and your partner, and the idea of building your forever living space from the bottom up, and seeing you take care of the land has been such a journey. And you share a lot of that journey on your, is it the same or a different YouTube?
No, it's actually different. So you can find everything. I have a website, healwhatails.org, and the other one's linked on there. But the off-grid site is Greenhawk Sanctuary.
Okay.
That's what we've just like kind of called it. My last name's Green and his is Hawkins, and it's his family land. So, but Sanctuary was our goal. Like we just wanted a place to feel like safe, and bring in like Shangri-La. So for us and for others.
Yeah, that's so cool. Can you say the website for everybody one more time?
Yeah, healwhatails.org.
Okay. So before we hop off here, is there anything else that you feel inspired to channel or share today, about your practice, your lifestyle, or just anything you think that whoever's watching might need to hear from you?
I'd just like to maybe give a reminder that, like, especially in this world right now, it's okay if you feel burnt out, or you're maybe not experiencing as much joy. As hard as it is, use that as an opportunity to like listen to yourself. Like something's not right, and you have the ability to make a choice for you. It might not look like my journey. You might not be living in a tent, and it's okay to do that. And that is a boundary in itself, to say like, hey, I'm going to choose me, because we're all worthy of that.
I think that is just so beautiful, because boundaries are, like I said earlier, just they're so hard to set sometimes, because especially if you're that person that just wants to do everything and say yes and to be there for everybody, if you don't set the boundary for yourself, you're just depleting the energy force, and eventually you won't be able to keep going, and it's a whole situation. So all right, I invite everybody to go check out Danny and their website, and also the Greenhawk Sanctuary page.
Yeah.
And if you're interested in any of those things, and I really do recommend the burnout video. It was right on time. And yeah, thanks for joining me for Shine Online.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, this is Selomon. You're watching Shine Online. Stick around, there's plenty more to come.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hi everybody, thanks for tuning in to Shine Online. I'm here with my friend Amy. How are you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to hear about some of the things that inspire you.
I am inspired by people and places.
When you say places, can you tell me what that means for you in your journey?
For me, I thought growing up here in southern West Virginia, I could still go see the world, and I made it my mission to see all 50 states through a series of solo and family road trips. And the next day, after completing actually Hawaii, I got in my head I needed to see continents, and off I went. I made it to all of them except the elusive Antarctica.
Wow, so you've done a lot of these journeys on your own?
Mm-hmm.
What was that like, traveling as a solo adventurist?
You know, I felt like I could really engage and just follow what smelled good, what sounded good, wake up when I wanted, take really early tours or sleep in. I'm usually catering to the comfort of those around me. So to be able to just go and be inspired was awesome. And also, I really met a lot of cool locals that way. They kind of take you under their wing.
Well, was it ever scary being by yourself in some of these places?
There were places I had to be extra careful. I was surprised by glass on the walls in Ecuador. I found places I couldn't go out after 5 o'clock, places they would check if my $5 bill was real. And learning how to be safe was part of it. Yeah.
Did you have a high point or any of your favorite things during your travels?
I think making a new friend in Peru when I barely knew English and we were stuck on a bus late at night using the 50 words we both knew, and we were able to become friends.
Oh, yeah. So he barely knew English.
I think I said that wrong. Good catch. Good catch.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure. But that's pretty cool to be able to communicate with someone anywhere in the world and to be able to make a friend. If you were to give somebody advice, even myself, because I'm always interested in traveling but scared to travel by myself, what would you tell somebody?
I always found it useful to change some currency ahead of time. I like to travel with like $400 extra in case I showed up in Mexico once. Guess what? My credit card didn't work, so I'm having to shell out cash to pay for the trip that I thought was already paid for. Same thing happened in Paris. Yes, so have extra cash ready because you can't always count on changing it over, and have your airport plan. How are you going to get there? Is it Uber? Can you get Wi-Fi? Is it a taxi? You can read all these amazing blogs online that'll tell you the little bridge to cross for the cheapest taxi and all this cool stuff. I did it all on a shoestring budget. Wow. Yeah.
So you can do it on your own. You just got to figure out your travels, make sure you have a good budget. And is there any safety precautions we should take?
There's apps where you can let people know where you are. I always wanted to be walkable from home. If I made new friends, even if I felt comfortable and confident, I would keep the transportation under my own separate control, just to know I can always get out if I want to.
I love that.
Yeah.
So that's really inspiring because, like I said, I've always wanted to travel the world, but there is this like scary fear that I'm going to get lost or I'm going to get trapped somewhere. And you are just this adventurer that goes on their own and figures it out. So I hope to hear more from you in the future about how that journey goes. But I'm curious right now, what are some projects you're excited about?
Well, I am excited for this.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Alley Cat's Adventure Club, new magazine out, lots of climbing articles.
Oh.
You can learn all about the screaming barfies and some other cool things.
Where can people find your magazine?
So you can check it out online. Alley Cat's Adventure Club is on Facebook and Instagram.
Okay. And where can people follow you in your journeys?
Soloventurist.
How do we spell that?
SOLOVENTURIST on Instagram.
Wow. Okay. Well, I am really excited to see where you end up next, and I'm grateful that you decided to shine on with me.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey there, you're watching Shine Online. Are you interested in starting a podcast? If you are, go to bringmetolife.com and submit the form because we love helping people start podcasts. Just let us know. bringmetolife.com.
Here we go.
All right. Hi, everybody. I got my friend Billy Mays here, and he's got some exciting news that I am wanting to hear more about. Can you tell me what you've been working on?
Yeah, I have an album coming out tomorrow. It's called Holy Noise. It is 36 songs and it's 9 hours long of just ambient music, meditative kind of textural music, and it's all live. It was all done as improvisations on my live streams on Twitch from 2021 to 2023. I did a lot of live streaming, and usually at the end of my streams that were about 3 hours long, the last 20 to 30 minutes would be very meditative, and I would just kind of like wind it down. And at some point, I started collecting the audio of those, and posting it to my Patreon every week. And so finally, looking back, I was like, wow, there's some good stuff here. And there were a lot of these songs, and I ended up curating. It ended up being 36 of them, and I sequenced them and I finished them and made them more listenable. And if anything was weird in the live version, I kind of was able to clean it up a little bit in the mix, and it's finally coming out.
Yay. Was there anything that inspired you to do that specifically, to create this album in such a way? Or you just felt the call?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to put them out, but I've put out a lot of just like random stuff over the years, and I didn't really decide to put it out until it's kind of funny. I think what made me put it out was sort of defiance. Like every time I would see something that's like, here's why as a musician you should be sharing 20-second clips of your songs, and every song in the Billboard charts is like under 2.5 minutes, like stuff like that. Like anytime I would read something like that, I would just get this like, ugh. And so I started to think like, what if I just like did the opposite of that and just released the longest thing possible that would not hold anyone's attention, that doesn't really want to listen to it. And ambient drone music in itself is not the most accessible thing that people turn on at any given time, but I love it and I love to make it. And, it creates this sort of like background texture for people. So I thought, all right, I'm going to lay these out. It happened to come out to 9 hours, like right around 9 hours. And then I ended up trimming one of the songs down. I got it down to 9 hours and 3 minutes long. And that was what we settled on. And that was done. And I just feel like it's funny to tell people that I put out a 9 hour album just
I love
because,
that.
it's not, it just doesn't seem like a smart business move or anything like
Well, it's
that.
unique. It's unique and it's creative. And as an artist, I'm excited to put it on in the studio and not have to like think about my playlist. I'm just going to be able to hang out with you all day. Like you're serenading the studio and it's going to be great. So where and when does this, how can we find it?
Yeah, it's been up on Bandcamp as a pre-order for the last couple weeks, and I have the most pre-orders I've ever gotten for one of my releases ever. So that's been cool because it's only $5 on Bandcamp for 9 hours of music, and and like three of the songs have been available there, the first three songs. But tomorrow on the 23rd, it's available everywhere. It'll be on Spotify and Apple Music and I don't know, Amazon, Tidal, whatever those are. Um, and it'll be interesting to see like what happens because you can track listens and all that. I hope people will put it on while they sleep and just like leave it running. Um, it'll be interesting to see if any of these ambient songs make it onto a sleep playlist or meditation playlists and stuff like that. Some of the songs are like a good amount of the songs are 20 minutes long, 20 plus minutes. One of them is I think 40 minutes. Like the last song is 40 minutes and then some are like 7 minutes, it kind of varies. And they all have their own little um they all kind of blend together, but they're all different enough. They have different things going on in them, even though they're primarily guitar based. Um there's some that are way more just like uh way less intrusive and just not much happens, just droning on. And then there's some where I'm like playing guitar and it's things are happening and melodies and stuff like that. So I did a free listening party actually, an early listening party on February 2nd, and we had a good amount of people in there on Bandcamp. They let you do a listening party where it just plays the songs and there's a chat. And I got a lot of good feedback, and it was cool to finally play it as a whole for people. And it made me really excited for when it'll be public. And I'm putting together some visual components for it too. So, I will end up putting out 20-second TikTok clips, but it's kind of the last thing I thought about.
Yeah, I see. So, well, that's really awesome. And I'm excited for everybody that's tuned in to have that insight that it comes out tomorrow. And I'm gonna go check out the Bandcamp. You said you can listen to like two of the songs there now if
Yep.
you get the pre-order.
The first three songs you can just play on there without pre-ordering, or if you pre-order, you get to download them. Whatever. I don't know if people still download music, but apparently some people do because they're buying it.
I wonder if that's something we could do during the after party is go check out your preview so we can hype up your new album.
Yeah, that'd be great. That would be
Awesome.
cool.
For those that don't know, Billy was part of Shine Online last year too, and we did a really great discussion on Patreon and the importance of supporting your different creative friends through Patreon or whatever their subscription platform is, because being a creative is sometimes hard. I don't want to say it's a struggle because it's like natural for a lot of us, but it is like important to keep that motivation going from outside sources. Before I let you hop off, what's one piece of advice you would have for somebody that is trying to stay inspired with their dream and bring it to life?
Damn.
Sorry.
Find something, find something simple that you can commit to and have discipline with and be consistent with, and do that even when you don't feel like doing that. Because it's easy to just work on your creativity when you're inspired or you feel you have the energy, but it's another thing to have something that you're kind of like in the habit of doing, whether you're inspired or not. And I think that really helps get you through the times when you're not inspired. And it kind of shakes you out of it sometimes to have something that like you have to do. I mean, and not everyone responds to that well. So I'm not saying that works for everyone, but for me, it's, for instance, this album, as I would release these songs in the early form on my Patreon every week, it became my people expect, because I promise a Wednesday morning new music post. It became like, all right, well, this is doing the work. I have to do the work anyway for my Patreon subscribers. So all that work I did ended up being work that was done for me already on the album that I wanted to put out. So I didn't know that until later, but that's sometimes how it works, is you commit to something and it becomes more important than you think.
Wow. Yeah, it's the lesson I've been learning from so many of my friends is consistency. It's powerful. It goes a long way, and sometimes you got to do it even if you're not feeling it, but if it's something you really want, you got to just keep going. So thanks for driving that home. Is there anything else you feel like sharing today?
No, I think that's it. I appreciate you letting me talk about the album, because it was fun to remember why I made it in the first place.
Yay! Well, this has been great. Thanks for shining on with me, and I hope people go check it out.
Yeah,
Good luck.
thanks everybody. Bye.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. I am here today in Shine Time Studios with my friend Joni. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm really excited to talk to you about things that light you up. What are some things that inspire you?
Well, so throughout my own personal journey through healing from post-traumatic stress disorder, actually complex post-traumatic stress disorder, the ways that I learned to heal and empower myself through yoga, breath work, chakra work, shadow work, astrology even, bringing that to the community and helping women, men too, of course, but I have a soft spot for helping women to find ways to empower themselves and understand their journey, understand the patterns and maybe why certain things, they've experienced certain things and maybe why they continue to attract certain experiences.
And I love that. I love to help people of all walks of life too, but there's something about helping our younger selves, the people that we can really relate to. And I know I do a lot of this work because I don't want anyone to feel the way I did when I was younger.
Exactly.
So if I can show up for them in a way I wish I was shown up for, that's empowering to me. It's showing me that I'm healing along with them, because for me, I don't know that I'll ever be healed, but I'm healing and I can help them feel more seen in that. So that being said, what sort of advice or guidance could you give to somebody who wants to step into their power more, maybe explore this journey, but they're scared of being seen somewhere or another, or they just think they're crazy?
labels and titles.
Yeah.
I would tell you I would just say really, really just go with, find a way to tune out the mental chatter, find out a way to just shed the weight of other people's opinions, because this is something that I have learned, and I learned the hard way, is they're gonna talk regardless. They're gonna tell their stories regardless. And one thing that I also like to tell my students all the time is sort of going along with what you said. We're never completely done. We're never fully healed. We're just uncovering one layer after another after another. The purpose is to integrate it. But just really finding a way to shed the weight of other people's opinions, because they're going to talk regardless. And the stories that they make up about you really just tell a lot about themselves instead.
I love that. So you mentioned that astrology is something that is really big for you. What got you into that modality specifically?
Trying to unravel myself, really. Like I said, yoga, I've been a certified meditation and yoga instructor for a little over 20 years now. So that I already sort of feel like a dinosaur a little bit, but really I have always been interested in astrology, but throughout my own journey, and again, unraveling those aspects of myself, I was like, there's so much more to this. And I knew, okay, I'm a Scorpio, right? But I never really knew what else I was, you know? And so I started studying it on my own. And then I began studying under two incredible humans who have been doing it for my entire lifetime plus. And I just really wanted to find a way to understand myself, but then to also bring that to the community. Like, here, this can also help you, you know, understand yourself in a deeper aspect, in a deeper, you know, we've got DNA that comes from mom and dad, but we've also got celestial DNA.
Yeah, I'm convinced I'm an alien. My blood
well,
type
I'm
even,
convinced that you are too.
just new. It's okay.
It's good. It's good. I love you.
So you do astrology, you offer yoga, and you wanted to bring it to your community. So you opened a space in your community.
I did.
Tell me about the den and the journey of the den.
I did. So 222 has been a number that has followed me throughout my entire life, right?
Well, I'm glad you're here for this.
Yeah, I'm here for this. I'm here for it, right? Yeah. That's why I loved it so much when I saw what you, I'm like, oh my God. And I decided, so traveling the festival and the retreat world for so long, I saw all of these communities that had all of these opportunities and options and things, and we didn't have anything here. I was teaching yoga, but I was teaching it in like every single gym. There was not a single yoga studio. There was not a single meditation space. Yeah, and that's not yoga. And it sure as heck isn't meditation, right? But I was doing the best that I could with what I had at the time here, right? And so 222 was a building that was absolutely in desperate need of some love. It was actually on its way to being condemned. It was horrible. And I'm like, this is the place. This is the place. And everyone tried to talk me out of it. And I'm like, no, this is the place, you know. So I secured the building in 2014, but it took me until 2017 to actually get open because I was still, I'm a mother of two teenage girls. Well, now they're in their 20s, but mother of two teenage girls, trying to navigate that life. And that's a whole vibe.
It is.
It is. Trying to navigate that, still teaching in all of the gyms. And I was teaching in gyms all over Mercer County, Summers County, and Raleigh County. Wow. So literally, you know, and then just pinching pennies, just trying to like, you know, put, you know, I was on a shoestring budget, you know. So in 2017, I got the den open. And initially it was just yoga, meditation, and the chakra classes. Well, then I'm looking around, I'm like, there's so much space here. And so many of my creative friends didn't have a space of their own. They had, you know, Etsy shops or web, but they didn't have a physical location where they could like display. So I started getting in touch with friends of ours from the festival scene, you know, like Spiral Root Sanctuary, lots of our artist friends. And I'm like, hey, you want to throw your stuff up here? And so now it's sort of this healing art studio that's also a metaphysical shop.
I love it.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of people's safe space. People go there for naps. They go there for your mama wolf energy.
Yeah, and it's all the things. We got all the cushions, all the blankies, all the sage. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it has become the den. It's where you go and you can recharge. And you host moon ceremonies there. You host just all kinds of empowerment and educational opportunities. So I highly suggest people check it out. It's at 222 Mercer.
Yep, down in the historic section.
Yeah. And is there anything else that you feel you want to shout out to people or let them know that you offer?
Well, so as I am a licensed astrologer now, I do offer natal chart consultations. I cast charts. I do a whole host of charts, whether it's synastry, whether it's progressed, lunar charts, solar charts, just the whole gamut. But then I also do one-on-one coaching with shadow work, chakra work, spell work, ritual work. A lot of people who are like still kind of like peeking out of the broom closet a little bit, you know. I'm so proud because one of the things that I hear all the time is that opening up the den finally gave people here in this community this feeling of safety, like, oh wow, I can come out of the broom closet a little bit. I don't have to feel crazy or wrong, or, you know, there's a place to explore it now. And now you guys are here too, so it's even cooler. But
and what I like to do is I like to invite people that maybe are afraid of, like you said, the image of being seen as witchy or spiritual, or maybe they have like a different religious practice that they're connected to. I invite them to just have a conversation. and to
Absolutely.
see where the concepts intersect. And like for me, we've realized that a lot of different walks of life, they all want the same thing. They want to be loved, they want to be seen, they want to be heard.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of magic in all the different religious paths.
There absolutely is. That's one of the, I don't like to use the term argument, but whenever someone comes at me in a certain way, it's sort of the way I start my educational process with them, you know, is, you know, I look at religion like a big puzzle, and every single path does have a piece of that puzzle. And if you can just for 1 second step outside your little box and get rid of a label, get rid of a title to a certain way of practicing, you would see that like every path has so many parallels. We're a lot more alike than we are different.
Yeah, I believe that, and I've really enjoyed my journey of seeing all of it kind of come together. I grew up very Christian mindset. I went very witchy mindset. I found my in between, and like
all the things.
And Zulu, I had a journey for a while where they actually sent us to different churches and different religious spaces to just see how we were treated in the space, and it was a unique opportunity. It was kind of like mystery shopping, but with churches and like other religious communities. And that is something I found is they all just want to be seen. They all just want to know that something loves them and something is connecting with them. And whatever works for one person is not going to maybe work for another.
Absolutely
and each
not.
person has their own path.
There's you know, the map, and there's California, and there's 100 different ways to get to California.
I agree.
You know, I mean, so, but that's the way I look at it too, is one shoe is not, you know, spirituality is not a one size fits all, whether you want to call it religion, whether you want to call it spirituality, you know, everyone just wants to feel supported and to believe in something intelligent and bigger than us that is holding us, you know, securely, even though it doesn't always feel that way.
Sometimes I'm like, what are you doing?
Where are you?
I love the memes you share with that. So you have the space, but you also work with people from all over. So people, how can they reach you? How can they stay in touch?
So you can just get in touch with the Guide In page, email, Instagram, Facebook, any of that, especially for my non-locals. I really try to offer like weekly time set aside just for non-locals, because that's the thing, right? Not everybody gets to live in this cute little district that we do, you know. So they can find me on the Guide In page, and we can just go from there. I offer tarot consultations, astrological consults too. And again, if you're looking for your actual path in terms of, you know, all the other stuff, you know, I do also offer ritual and spell assistance and things like that too.
Yay, beautiful. Well, thanks for hopping in here and shining on with me.
I'll be shining.
Yay. All right, y'all, stay tuned for more.
Yeah. Here we go.
And now in studio we have here our friend Isaac Preston. Welcome to Shine Online.
It's great being here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're an artist, so I'm excited to have you in here. We have one of your beautiful pieces on display, and also in your honor, I wore
Very nice.
one of the pendants that you made me as well.
I was like, I saw that earlier. I was like, wait a second, sir.
Yeah. So obviously you're very creative, make a lot of really cool stuff. So how did you get started creating stuff like this?
Well, for stuff like this, I had a bonsai tree in college, and I really wanted to grow that bonsai tree, and I was super excited about it. And then the bonsai tree died, and I was like, "Well, that's upsetting." And I tried to do it again, and I was like, "Well, bonsai trees do not do well in the college setting." And so that kind of sat on the side for a while. I had the dish with me because I wasn't going to toss the dish. It was a neat looking dish. And I'm at home. I'm in my studio. This is after I've graduated college. I'm back home, and I'm just kind of doing my thing in the house. Not really into art yet, but I tore apart a TV, and I found some copper wire in it. And the first thing I see was like, oh, wow, that can be hair for a sculpture. But, you know, until that happened, I just kind of had it hanging on my wall. And the bowl was sitting on my shelf, and I was just sitting on the couch, and I look over, and I'm like, actually, I wasn't sitting on the couch. I was probably a milk crate. I don't like comforts because I feel it makes me lazy. But well, that's another story. So I was sitting on the floor, probably a milk crate, and I look up and I was like, I see my bowl and I see my copper wire, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a copper tree. If I can kill a copper tree, then I guess I shouldn't have a bonsai tree, huh? And I made that, and then I made other things. It was like I made that little guy, and then I started making large guys, and then I went down to smaller guys. But that's what really got me started. It's just my love of a bonsai tree.
Yeah. So was that like your first experience creating anything in general, like being creative, or was it something maybe that started earlier?
A lot earlier, actually. It's really funny. Is a lot of people wonder what you're going to do in life, and a lot of them say it's just, what did you do when you were a kid? And it's like, I've always taken apart things when I was younger. I was always fascinated with the way things worked and just the mechanics of it all. And I got into, you know, what I got into, and I found like, you know, typewriter parts or wiring that was left, you know, inside of, you know, whatever options I was working with. And I learned how to create with that because, you know, you have all these things laying about. Why not create with it? What started that for the most part is I wanted to be an artist. But you get caught up in this, well, I can't afford paint, and I need to buy brushes. And he's like, if you're going to be an artist, you need a canvas, and you need the paints, and you need, and all of a sudden you're in bone-crippling debt, and you're just crying. But at the same time, I'm just like, well, that's just silly. So I found a way to create without having to go into bone-crippling debt, and you know, on the beginning of it, aspects of it.
Well, this is beautiful because it's like it would just be stuff that would go in the garbage, and now it's something
for the most
that's
part
artful and has a message and will be around, you know, far longer than what it would be.
Would you like a little step-by-step of the basis here?
Yeah.
All right, so this was scrap wood from like an old project. It's just wood that's sitting around. My dad was going to burn it. I grew up burning. That's my father. But this is a part of a cherry tree that was in my mom and dad's backyard, actually. And, you know, we were cutting it down and just, you know, again, tossing it in the fire, but it's hollowed out in the center. And I was like, well, that's neat because there's like a circle of wood. And you see the skull that was leftover Halloween decorations. But then you start looking down the lower parts here, you see there's bones. This is actually a jawbone from a cat that was in my neighborhood. I called him Little Boy. He was a black and white cat, no tail. He wasn't really into the whole turf war things with the cats, and so he got beat up a lot because of it. But unfortunately, he met his demise underneath my dad's truck. And I think a year or so passed, and I noticed his bones was getting scattered about. And I was like, you know what, buddy? I'm going to do something better for you. Because I like that little cat. He was like, I talked to him like, hey, boy, you know, what's up? You know, it's like, oh, they got you again? Because, you know, you get a little, you know, just, you know, cat things. And it was as my way of remembering him, you know, because it's like, you know, to die and then just have your remains just kind of scattered about, like unrecognized. Yeah. And that's where a lot of my work comes from. Is I've realized over in time is the way I make my work is I use all those bits and pieces of life that's been discarded and just, you know, show people a way that, you know, it can be something better. And I've done that with other people. But what I realized until recently, I was doing it for myself. I didn't feel like I was, you know, worth a lot, you know? I didn't feel that, you know, my contribution to this world would really amount to much of anything. And so I created to reassure myself that, you know, there is something for me. There is, you know, that's coming to that point is realizing that you were making your art for you, thinking that you're making your art for everyone else. And it's like, then you have that realization, I was doing this for me. I felt useless. I felt like there was nothing about, I felt like I was just a small, insignificant part of this planet. And it took this and realize that I am much greater than that. And I have a much larger contribution to this world, this society, these people than, what I originally thought. I'm not just the name on a piece of paper. I'm not just an ethnicity you check off. I'm more than that. And realizing that has been a journey. It's a journey. That aspect of it was actually just recently. And I've been in this game for 12, 13 years, honestly, my whole life. That's the true honest question. But as far as like actually making things for people to see, 13, 14 years. And it just took until just recently to realize that I was making this for me,
Yeah. A big thing of what we do is, healing through art.
Absolutely.
So you just kind of like nailed it on the head there. And I know you have to go here soon. You got a busy day. You got a lot of meetings. But real quick, what is maybe some advice that you would give another artist or maybe an inspiring artist who want to work with like unconventional materials and recycled bits like you do?
Prepare to be overwhelmed. You can very easily go off into dark paths when it comes to work like this because you just get so much of it and you start to become like, what are we doing to have this much garbage and this much waste? And it can get a bit rough for a second. But understand that you don't have to become the god of, taking all the garbage and because then that becomes a whole nother thing. Because you're like, I can't create with all this. But show people what they can do with their garbage. Because I can collect other people's garbage and just become overwhelmed with it. This is what you can do with your garbage. This is what you can do with stuff that's just in your backyard. That's, stuff that was just laying about, stuff that you toss on the regular. You can create with absolutely anything. You don't have to have just paint. Paint helps. Paint is a fun addition, but it doesn't have to be just that. It's like you have an empty can of green beans. You have a twisty tie from a bread, some bread that you had. You have a tool that you can poke holes in the metal. All of a sudden, you have yourself a little robot that you've put together with those cans and that wire. No glue, no welding, don't make it super huge because you probably need to do some welding. But the smaller bits, it's bits of wire, time, love, and effort. It will get, it can get overwhelming sometimes, but that's just life. It really is. And it's okay to be overwhelmed. You're not wrong for being overwhelmed. You're not at fault for it. It's part of natural life. We're going to do things and become overwhelmed with it sometimes and then get that crazy imposter syndrome. It's just like, what am I doing? I'm not this guy, but you're absolutely that guy. You're absolutely that girl. You're absolutely that raccoon.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, beautiful. I appreciate you coming here into the studio, inspiring all of us. And where's maybe somewhere people could find your artwork either online or in person?
Well, my wife and I, we have our website, rainbowartfarms.com, Rainbow Art Farms.
And your wife is an artist as well?
Yes. And I think she will be around. I don't know. But, yes. And but Facebook, I'm Isaac Preston Artist, Isaac Preston Artist, something like that. You can find me on my regular Facebook page, 1 I, 1 S, 2 A's and a C, Preston. Look me up. Hey, I like your art. I'll direct you to my artist page, or just let me know. But I'm on Instagram as well, Isaac Preston Artist. But you'll find all that via my Facebook page, and then we can just go from there. And I can add more things over time. But I'm around. I'm at the Riff Raff Gallery and Boutique in Princeton. I'm at Gary Bolden's House of Art in Bluefield. I have a studio in Gary Bolden's House of Art in Bluefield in the Ramsey School building where I went
highly
to school.
recommend checking out.
Absolutely. And just be okay to make friends. You don't have to be a recluse, even though it's very fun to do and it's I don't want to do it. Make friends. Find your tribe. For me, that has been an absolute a godsend. It's like when you find your tribe, you find that reason to keep going. You find that reason to do more things. Find your tribe.
Awesome.
Even if your tribe starts off as you, you got to be that tribe of you first. Learn to love yourself, that unconditional love for yourself. And then that unconditional love will find other people who love you just as much. And then y'all can become that tribe.
Yeah. Well, appreciate you being here with all of us. Thank you for tuning in here to Shine Out Online. Stick around. We have plenty more, and we'll be right back. Yay!
Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in to Shine Online. You've been watching the Bring Me to Life Network, and we are happy that you are here. Continue tuning in, leave us a comment, share with a friend. It means a lot because we have a lot of amazing people we want to feature. That being said, I'm going to take a moment and talk about my own art and share with you what inspires me. Thanks for watching. So I'm Shannon Shine, and I am an artist. So some people know me as Shantastic Shine. That's been on my platforms as social medias have been becoming a thing. And someone gave me that nickname a long, long time ago. I was vending some art at a festival, and people kept saying, "Oh, that's fantastic." And somebody in their altered state decided they were going to run up and be like, "No, it's Shantastic." And that kind of stuck as a part of the shtick. And the shine came a few years later. I was vending another event, and I started painting with glow paint, and it had a blacklight reactive effect to it. And I'd be like, "Oh, it doesn't glow, it shines." And people were like, "Oh, like sunshine and Shannon shine." And it created this whole kind of experience where I realized that the concept of Shannon Shine and the name Shine really stuck with me. Part of why I create art is to, again, honor my mom and my family and those that were really creative and didn't have the opportunity to do so. And I actually found out that my mom passed away while I was singing This Little Light of Mine. And something that she always told me was to let my light shine. And I believe that I do that through my art. So as people kind of started with that nickname, it's something that I've embraced. And I realized that as I embraced the Shannon Shine era, it really elevated me and motivated me to want to shine a light, not only for myself, but others that are interested in being creative and feeling like they need a light in the darkness. Because a lot of artists, they're going through a dark time, more often than not always. And if I can be a light for them to know that their journey and their mission is possible and we can collaborate and rise together, then that's the way I'm headed with my journey. I create art from different mediums. I mainly focus in acrylic, but I really enjoy just kind of exploring any sort of art material I can get my hands on. That stems from the growth that I experienced in my grandmother's studio and her house, which was kind of a studio all over. Anywhere you looked, there were art supplies, and it was exciting for me to be able to just use my imagination to bring something to life and create a painting or a piece of jewelry or any other craft form. For me, over the years, it's been about getting messy and getting my emotions out of my body and into the world. And sometimes my paintings have really deep messages, where others, they are an exploration of something that I found to be fun or playful, or maybe it is just something that somebody would like to put in their house. But there was still a journey to creating it, and to me, that gives it a story. I really like to focus on mystical things. Like I have a lot of Phoenix art and angelic art. I really dove into the angels during our lockdown experience because they brought me a lot of peace and joy and comfort. And I was having a lot of angelic visions, which is something that I've explored and tried to understand more deeply since I was a young child. And I still have pictures somewhere in my grandma's archives of angels and beings that I started drawing as a young kid. And when I was diving into what my kind of niche or deeper desires for art were. It was to bring an image of those to the forefront and to let people know that if they also are connecting with angelic beings or fairies or something that people typically would say are not real, that in art anything is possible. And if we're seeing it in our imagination, then it is really important for us to honor that in our artistic journeys. Another layer to my art is places I've been that have really changed me. I really like to make landscapes and cloudscapes. Sometimes I call them heavenscapes. And they're often places I've been and explored, or other people have sent me reference photos that they've been really excited to share because it had some monumental movement in their soul, and they thought that more people needed it in an artistic form. So I will often bring different landscapes to life that people really appreciated. And sometimes my landscapes are from my visions, and I think that people or souls and spirit have sent them my way so that I could experience what their versions of heaven are like. So I call those ones heavenscapes. And they're often really colorful and not necessarily what you would see in a typical sky. But again, when you're creating, anything's possible. So it's fun to play with those colors and those different mediums to bring those visions to life. If I wasn't creating art, I don't think I'd be as stable as I am in day-to-day life. I actually find when I don't get to release some of my creative energy, it does make me feel stagnant and slightly crazy, because there's something that drives people who really tap into their creative practice to want to continue showing up there, to want to create a space in their home dedicated to their art. And it makes me feel like I'm actually leaving something in the world. A lot of people don't often think about it, but I often think about what my legacy will be or what I'm able to leave here when I'm not alive anymore. I lost both my parents before I was 10, and neither of them made it to 40. So I often wonder what they would have created, what kind of art they would have explored had they have been, supported in their creative journeys. And for me, I hope that pieces that I've created will live on beyond just my time here. And I actually know they will. I have people all over the world that have supported me, and I'm so grateful for that, because to think that I have a painting in Singapore and a painting in England and a painting in Canada, I've never been to those places. Well, some of those places, but my art has made it there. And that's something that's really cool about art and music and writing, is you can reach people all over the world, even if you stay in one place. So to me, creating art isn't just for me, it's about creating a legacy and bringing visions to life that inspire others to also want to be creative. And again, it's not just painting or photography or writing. I also create jewelry, and that's been something that's been really fun, because it's a different kind of textile, and something that even if a painting gets ripped or things catch on fire, the jewelry is made of like metal and crystals, and those are things that are going to last through time. And I hope hundreds and hundreds of years from now, one of my amulets is a family heirloom, and some grandchild years from now is so excited to receive it from someone special in their life. If that's the kind of legacy I can leave, I'm going to be pretty proud. So part of why I create isn't just to create, but also to teach. I've taught a lot of different art classes through my time, both to adults and children. Some of my favorite experiences have actually been kids camps that I've hosted through the years, where we introduce children to different mediums, from splatter paint to tie-dye, but also like the old nitty-gritty of what art is, like perspective and details and texture and composition, and understanding the different pieces that build a really memorable piece of art and masterpiece. And teaching people of all different walks of life how to tap into their creativity is such a beautiful journey. To see somebody so proud of something that they have done, and they started with nothing, or just a piece of paper or some random materials that didn't make sense, and then they leave with something that they're super proud of, that's such a fulfilling part of my mission, and I'm so honored to be able to teach people how to tap in. I do have a few series I'm really proud of. I have one called the Sleeping Goddess series, and it is a bunch of feminine forms doing different magical or insightful vision casting, from the archer to the sleeping siren to the garden goddess, where they all just represent different layers of the feminine magic that we all are trying to tap into these days. So growing up, I was always very supported in my art. Once I landed in one of my adopted homes with my grandmother, she always told me that she wished she could have sold her art, or that she could have had the courage to share her art in a bigger way. I don't think, though, it was until my early 20s that I really decided that art was going to be my profession. I don't know that I really fit into a normal 9-to-5 job. And all of the different jobs I've had throughout my lifetime have had some sort of connection to art, whether it's been graphic design or building videos for people or painting houses and all kinds of things. Even when I nannied for an artist who wanted me to teach her kids how to create when I was staying with them or babysitting for them. But I'd say in my early 20s, I decided that I could proudly say I am an artist, and say that that's not just a hobby that I have, it's my job. And, there's a lot of work that goes into that. You can try to sell it in galleries, you can, reach out to people individually, but you get a lot of experience just going anywhere and everywhere that will welcome you. And sometimes there are, closed communities or artist communities that aren't as welcoming than others. And it's important to just never give up. You might get a lot of no's before you get yeses to people that are willing to sell or share or feature your work. But what's most important is that you believe your work is worthy of being seen and shared with people. And, even if you don't want to share it, if you still want to create and just keep it for yourself, that still makes you an artist. I think another important part of the artist journey has been figuring out how to create products from my art, because I quickly learned that people only have so much wall space. You can only hang things in so many areas before it starts to get a little overwhelming. So when I really decided that I was going to be an artist, I started looking at different ways that I could bring art into the world. I offer different sizes of prints. I have art on my mugs. I started making calendars and cards, and really anything that I can think of that people might be interested in, I'm willing to explore, if I haven't already, to bring art and more color into the world. I really love using colors that are bright and bold, and I realize that not everybody wants to put those on your wall, but you might want them on a blanket. You might want them on a dress or a tapestry or something that you can take with you or give as a gift. And the exploration of that has been huge for me as an artist. And I have all kinds of different offerings on my website, which is shannonshineart.com. And if you're interested in supporting my artist journey, that's a beautiful place to start. And I'm always open to people reaching out to me, either at Shannon Shine or Shantastic Shine on some of the different platforms. And I would love to hear more about what people would like to see from me, as well as if they have any favorite pieces. Thanks for shining on with me.
Yeah. Here we go.
So today I'm here with my good friend Reed, who has a very unique project. But before we talk about the project, I'd love to hear a little bit about you and where you come from.
Well, I'm originally from California, but I've lived all over the place. Most recently, I was in Durham, North Carolina, where I got started on the apparel project. But I was looking for a small rural town that was in need of jobs, because that's a lot of the focus of what I'm working on, which is custom women's wear, custom fit garments as a way to create jobs in rural America. And so my partner and I came to Princeton and completely fell in love with it. We are mountain people. We fell in love with the people and the community. And there's certainly a need for good working class jobs here. And so we felt like this is just a great fit for us. That was about 3 years ago last fall. And yeah, it's been a really amazing place to create and have space to experiment with things and be inspired by the mountains and the natural environment here.
Yeah, it is quite a different experience than coming from California and
Yeah.
all the places you've been. And there is something magical about this little town. There's so many beautiful creatives and people to connect with. Now, your project's really unique to me because it's something I think we need more of in the world. And I have watched you just get so excited about this offering that you're trying to bring to life. Would you like to talk about what it is you do and what it is you're working on?
Yeah. So it's been a project that's gone on for almost a decade. It's evolved a lot. It started out in Durham. I was inspired to create some professional looking garments that you could ride your bike in. I felt like there was really nothing out there for women that was high quality and allowed you to like move and be active in your life. Because at the time I was riding my bike to work every day. And so I designed a few different garments, and then I got really frustrated when the things I was making didn't fit people. I really like tailored looking clothing, and I think it really makes a difference to have something that fits you personally and makes you feel strong and powerful as you are in your body. And so I got frustrated with the sizing system and started looking into it and realized we have all these cool softwares that we're not really taking full advantage of for women. And what's more, it's a really good way. Small batch, custom quality things is a great focus for the US apparel market. And we're also not taking advantage of that. And then I just saw this tremendous need for jobs for people who may or may not want to go and get a college degree, who just want something that will support their families, where they can live in their communities and make a really good, decent wage. And so I figured, gosh, this is such a magical combination between all the women that are complaining about the clothing that doesn't fit them and not being able to find anything and things aren't high quality, and this need to create jobs. And so I started experimenting with it. And of course, everything is harder than it looks. So,
that's the truth.
Yeah, everything's harder than it looks. So I started at blazers, which was a horrible place to start. A very difficult garment. And then I shifted to blouses and did this blouse project, which was wonderful in that I really discovered that you could do this. You could fit somebody across the country or even in different parts of the world remotely with a custom garment that fits just them using the software. But then I ran into the problem of the sewer shortage. So there's a crisis in the US in terms of the number of people that are trained to make quality garments, or really any garments. It's been a dying art. And so I had a huge challenge with trying to get my clothing produced. And so anyway, so that led to a bunch of advocacy work on the state level to get people trained to sew, because I'm seeing this, I see on the horizon, the softwares are getting even better. So the software that I was using for the blouse project to tailor the patterns, there's now even better softwares where I can take Shannon and put Shannon's avatar in this program and drape a garment straight onto Shannon's avatar, and then send the final garment the first time to Shannon's home, where she will wear it for all her important things that she does, right?
I cannot wait for this to happen.
So it's arrived, and we're not taking advantage of it. We also have ways to take really good measurements. And so all of these things were not quite there a few years ago, and they're here now. And so what we need is sewers to respond to this issue. We need to be able to say, there are, a couple dozen sewers in the community, and these people are trained at this level. They can make as much as $55 an hour sewing. So it's not, people kind of imagine like, oh, well, what are they really making? How much is it worth it to train somebody? But you could make a lot of money as a sewer these days. And so anyway, I think it's a really exciting opportunity for West Virginia. And to wrap it up, I'm currently in the phase where I'm making more designs. So I'm really focusing on more studio time these days. So and for me, bootstrapping this, doing this part-time means that I'm making my own patterns and I'm sewing everything up and I'm designing things, and I'm doing that like a few hours each day. But it's wonderful, and at the same time I'm going to be learning this new software that I spoke of with the draping, and I've sourced a few home sewers, so I expect that over the next year or two I will be able to offer clients this kind of custom fit wardrobe staples focused on high quality, versatile things that women can wear in their professional lives.
Wow. So this is so powerful and like game changing for women, because there's so many different tailored options for men's clothes. Like, let's just be realistic there. Growing up, I didn't think that I would have the opportunity as a woman to get clothes that were made to fit my body. And I felt very awkward growing up, not finding clothes that fit me. And when I would, they were always different sizes. Like, I've had a hard time personally. So I know that you recently were a part of an event with me. And in that event, you showed or shared some jeans that were custom tailored. Mm-hmm. And someone said that they just fit like magically for them. And I think that that's really beautiful, because again, like I kind of quit wearing jeans for a long time because I could not find things that fit me that I was proud of or that I would feel really good in. And I love that what you are activating for women and others is to be able to feel good in what we wear and to feel like something was made just for us. That being said, you mentioned your studio. You have a beautiful studio. You're here in Princeton, West Virginia. And your goal, though, is to like you said, get garments all over, right? Yeah. You said you can send them away once you get them. Right. It's going to be beautiful.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that, I know you shared a lot of your story, but is there anything else that really truly inspired you to go in this route? Because it seems like you're not just creating clothes, but you're also an advocate for the seamstresses and the sewers of the world and this art that is so still very needed.
Yeah. Yeah. So, well, I think there's a few things that I want to mention here. And I hear your frustration about fit. And it's funny, everybody thinks that they're unique in it, but pretty much every single woman, no, without exception, every woman I've talked to, even women that look like model sample sizes are like, wow, torso, it's pretty amazing. So everybody goes through this. And I think that there's something really powerful about wearing something that doesn't fit you because it wasn't meant to, and having that tug at you and like having to mess with it. And I think it really does have an impact on us. I think there's a reason, that these, men on Wall Street and some women at this point are getting things that are tailored for them so that they look like $1 million and that they in their own body, they fit with who they are in that moment in time. And I think that's really important. The other thing beyond fit is just, I think the desire for clothing to be a little bit more smart in terms of a woman's lifestyle. So my current project is I'm working on a trouser design, and I have, pretty good size hips for the other portions of my body. And I have ripped through so many zippers. Oh. And when I rip through a zipper, I become irate, because to me that represents like, okay, now I have to go to the tailor and I have to take, I have to have them replace the zipper and because I hate replacing zippers. And so just thinking about clothing that's more smartly designed, like why is the zipper so short? Like why don't women have pockets? My hands, I have really big hands, and the pockets are like, they don't fit your phone, like maybe a stick of chapstick, it's just ridiculous. And so just thinking about like a woman who is out there, maybe she's picking her kids up and then she's got to run to a meeting. she's like got all these bags in her arms, and she's like doing a side hustle, and she's got her art practice, and she needs pockets, and she needs breathable clothing, and she needs her clothing to be reliable and fit well, and like it's not gonna, you know, break down really quickly because it's really cheap. So I wanted to mention that part. And then like in terms of your question of the other sorts of things that I'm involved in with apparel, I am currently fundraising for a statewide indigo pilot. So one of the things I'm really passionate about as we think about reshoring the apparel industry, I want us to be thinking about it in terms of ways that are helpful to the environment of our community and to the people in our community, so that we're not reshoring things that are poisoning water sources and things. It's extremely important, as particularly in West Virginia, because there's been such an experience with industry here in that way. So I'm currently fundraising for a statewide indigo pilot. I'm very excited about natural dyes and doing more with my own blouses with natural dyes, but then also just bringing that industry to West Virginia. Indigo is amazing. It actually leaves the soil better off than it found it. And then the second thing that we're working on, as I talked about, is the need for sewers. And so we're looking at, and one of the real bottlenecks there is we don't even have instructors that are trained to deliver an industrial sewing curriculum. So we're doing some advocacy to get a pilot off the ground in Morgantown, where we have a few very well-trained instructors who can then teach other people throughout the state to deliver a sewing curriculum and get a bunch of different communities all kind of rising up with advanced skills in sewing, so that we can take advantage of the industry that is reshoring and bringing jobs back to the area.
Wow. That's beautiful. Well, you talked about how important it is for you to have a tailored fit. And I know that something that you're really proud of right now is the outfit that you're wearing. What you're wearing. Could you give us a twirl to show people a little bit about what they can expect? I want to get out of your way.
Okay, thank you. So it's very exciting. Anybody who's watching who's designed clothing, when you are able to bring something to life that is in your head. And I want to just say, like, I had to learn sewing, I had to learn pattern making, I had to learn all these things to bring this vision to life. And I'm like, there's just no way I'm ever going to be able to do all those things. But like a few hours a day at a time, you know, over time, I did learn the skills. And so what I'm showing off today is this dream blouse that I've been really excited about, which is, I've been sort of obsessing about a popped collar, because I think it's really beautiful the way that it frames your face here. And then also you'll notice in the back, it's gathered. And so that allows me like really wonderful range of motion in my shoulders, which is really important to me. So this is the gathered blouse, and it's a really nice, easy wear. It's got some structure, but a lot of movement. Part of what inspires me is thinking about a woman, like if women were all going to work in the 20s, like in our badass jobs, like what would they be wearing? And so that's kind of the look that I go for here. And then this is a wrap pant design that I made. So in the back, it is a pant. In the front, it is a skirt. This is a linen silk blend. And also just like really breathable, really comfortable. It fastens over at the side here, and
goes. It's not a zipper.
No, it's not a zipper. It's got a snap, and then this little grommet thing here, and then it works really nicely with the blouse. So all breathable. These will be pieces that I will be making custom to fit each client. So the pants look like they may be very forgiving, but they do have to fit. As you can see in the back, they're pretty fitted with the darts here. So, yeah, so this is something that I'm hoping to make for people. So I'll do a little twirl.
I love it. You look so good, and
Thank
you do look like a badass. I must say that you do look like a badass. So that being said, for others that are looking to get into something that brings them to life, what could you share as a piece of advice for people that want to follow their dream?
Yeah. So I think the real thing that's kind of gelled for me in the last year is the idea of investing small amounts of time every day into something. And then trusting that if you prioritize making that time, that your needs will be met, which is a really, really tricky thing. I think in the past, like especially when I'm sewing, nobody's paying me to sew. Nobody's paying me to design. I'm investing in designs that I am sharing with audiences in the future, right? And so I have to take that time upon myself and do that. And I have to do it every day. If I don't do it every day, if I come up with an excuse one day, I will come up with an excuse tomorrow.
I know how that goes.
Yeah. And I think also just trusting like a bit of time every day is enough. You know, it's enough time and it will take you to where you need to go.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is to be patient and things will come if you work towards them.
Right.
Beautiful. So before we wrap up here, where can people find you and what can they expect to find when they look up Reed Miller?
Awesome. Yeah. So we have a website, reedmiller.us. That is REID Miller.us. And that's also our Instagram handle. So I'm on Instagram. And then I'm going to be starting a Substack account in March. So you can be looking for that on the website or on Instagram. I'll update my information there.
And what is a Substack real quickly?
Oh, so I'm also a writer. And I think for me, it's been really important to share what I'm learning because it's kind of excruciating to learn how to pattern make and make your own designs part-time.
Yeah.
It's a little excruciating. And I think there's not a few of us that have these dreams that are feel really difficult. And there's plenty of reasons your mind is going to tell you it's just not possible. And so what I try to do, I really love writing, and I try to take what I learn each week as I'm building my brand and working on things and still working jobs to make money. We have to do that too in the meantime. And I'm trying to share each of those lessons on a weekly basis. I share them every Tuesday. And I've been doing that for like almost 10 years now. But I'm going to be switching to Substack to be sharing, getting it out to more audiences.
And Substack has a small like patronage that goes to it, a subscription, and that will go towards helping this project?
Yes. Yeah. So the subscription will go towards helping get all the pieces developed and working on the custom women's wear project, which is, again, that's really about making women very high quality clothing tailored to them, tailored to their bodies, and then using that as a way to create jobs in Appalachia and other small towns in the U.S.
Beautiful. So I think we're going to have to wrap up here today, but I would definitely love to talk to you more about this. We're going to get you onto some other platforms here with Bring Me to Life. But as we sign off, are you feeling good? Is there anything else you feel like you need to say? Yay! Well, thanks for shining on with me, and this is beautiful. I'm so excited for your project, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
Yeah.
You're awesome.
Yeah, so are you. Hi, I'm Shannon Shine, and you're tuning into Shine Online. Thanks for watching the Bring Me to Life Network. Stay tuned for more.
Yeah. Here we go.
I'm here with Kelsey Fox Bennett. Boy, did I say your name right?
You
Yay.
did.
I was like, you have a lot of parts to your name. Lots of fancy parts.
I know. I love it. I
So,
love
what
it.
have you been up to? What's your current project of interest?
So my big news is that last year I launched my book baby. Arya and Everyone Else's Feelings is now live and in the world, and I'm really proud of it and so excited to share it with the world.
So, what inspired this book?
So it's based off of a highly sensitive kid, and the inspiration came from one of my kid clients. And when she walked into my room that day, or when we walked into a session that day, her mom was sharing how she had taken on the big feelings of everyone else from something that had happened at school that day. And it felt like of course, I was helping her, but it felt like I was sitting with a version of little me. And I remember doing a version of what I share in the book with her and wishing I could hand her something that had another kid that was like her, because it's one thing for me to say, I was like you when I was a kid, but it's another thing for her to actually see another kid like her exist in the world, and use a tool like I teach in the book. And like I shared with her. And so it really was like, this book doesn't exist yet, and I want it to. I want to be able to hand it to sensitive kids like me who take on the big feelings of other people.
Representation matters, and being able to show people they're not alone is such a powerful, beautiful thing. So I'm really grateful and proud of you for bringing this book to life. And you also have a line of work that you mentioned this was a client that you help people work through their big emotions. What's that practice called?
Yeah, so it's just my own personal practice, but with the main mode that I use is brain gym. So I'm trained in a thing called brain gym that is educational kinesiology, simple, intentional movements that you do with your body that reduce stress and reconnect areas of the brain. And it's something that I grew up with, so it became second nature to me. And while it's amazing for education and for reading and for physical development, I came to love it because I was a highly sensitive kid. I came to appreciate it for those things, but really love it and use it most for emotional support. So when my parents went through a divorce and I was experiencing big feelings throughout the course of my life, Brain Gym was something that I used to help me feel more relaxed, more safe in my body. When I watched a friend get hit by a car and die when I was 9 years old, one of the first things I did was a brain gym session, and that helped me again come back to my body, feel safe, and be able to express and process some of the emotions. And so, while I know other educators and other even like physical therapists and occupational therapists who use brain gym in their practices, more specifically towards education and body work. My preference, because it's my passion, is to use it for emotional support and rewiring. So yeah, I work with all ages, and mostly these days I'm doing consults. So if you have a highly sensitive kid in your life, if you're a parent or an educator and you're like, I have this kid and I really want to give them love and support, but I just am not sure how, then I do a consult session with you by Zoom and give you tools and support that you can then share with that child in your life. So,
That's beautiful. So you shared a little bit about why you got into the brain gym work, which thank you for sharing that story. I think more people um, need to connect with the vulnerability of why we do what we do, and you've always beautifully shared that that's part of your journey. Um, and you did share a little bit of your inspiration behind the book, but what is a piece of advice or inspiration you would give to someone else who wants to write a book or follow their dream in general?
yeah, well, I would say keep going. I feel like the two biggest things are keep going and ask for help, because I remember I had been working, I had created a draft, I had, kind of gotten to a point, and then I got a little stuck. And I hired a book coach, and the book coach helped give me advice, and she directed me to an editor, and then the book kept going. And then it was like, okay, now I have these parts now. Um, and I chose to self-publish, and so there's different routes for different people, but I personally chose that route because I am very particular and I wanted a lot of control over the illustrator and the choices of colors and all of these things. And so I searched out for a specific illustrator who could do that job for me. Whereas I know if you go through a publishing house, they typically have in-house illustrators, which is fantastic and amazing. And honestly, it was a lot of work self-publishing. And so some other people may not want to go that route. But that was the choice that I made. And at each step of the way, it was like, okay, I've made some progress. Now what do I do? And so I have to ask for help. We have to ask for help. And even in getting the book printed and launched, it was all about asking for help from my community and saying, I have this amazing project. Will you help me share it with the masses? And everyone was like, yes. But I will say it was a very vulnerable process. And so that's where the keep going comes, keep asking for help, keep going, because you will find your community who is excited and, ready to support whatever it is you're about to bring into the world.
I love that share so much because it's so, again, vulnerable and powerful. We have heard a lot of keep going, but the reminder to ask for help is huge. And I'm really big on collaboration. And that's why I offer all of these different broadcasts and podcasts and things, because I do feel like it takes a team to spread the word. Like you can scream into the void over and over and over, but a share, a comment, a kind word, those are all free things to do to support the creatives in your life. And I know you mentioned getting a coach, and that's super powerful too. Having somebody that is like an accountability buddy is what we've been calling them. One of my friends came up with that word a long time ago, and it's cute and it works because if someone holds you accountable, it does, like give you a deadline and it helps you see it actually happening and not say, oh, I'll get to it. Oh, I'll get to it because I'm bad for that. I'll get to it. But that person there, like deadlines and like support, so big, so big. Well,
Makes
thank
it
you for
happen.
sharing that. Um, how can people, well, let me see the book. Let me see the whole book.
Okay, well, so I've got both hardcover and paperback. So here's the book, Aria and Everyone Else's Feelings. My illustrator's amazing, Louis Chin, born and raised in New York. And that was really important to me because the story is set in a neighborhood like mine here in Queens. And it was really, I wanted someone who could, help get the texture of like a New York City neighborhood. And there were a lot of diverse characters. And so it was really important to me to have someone who understood, like, had grown up in that environment. And yeah, Louis did a phenomenal job, as you can see. So beautiful.
Oh.
So beautiful. It's so
I
good.
love this. I
It's very
love this.
magical. And yeah, so Arya, so the 3-step process that Arya learns from her dad is to feel your feet, shake out the feelings, and imagine your protection. And she imagines a fox, a flying horse, and an eagle to come help her feel safe. And I've heard from lots of highly sensitive grown-ups that they wish they had this as a kid.
I wish I had it as a kid. It's perfect. And those are some of my favorite animals. I love big, beautiful birds, horses with wings, of course, and a fox has been my spirit animal for a couple years now. Wow. Oh, goodness. Well, thank you for sharing. How can people find you, support you, and buy your book?
Yeah, so so the best places is Arya the Book, so ARYA, aryathebook.com, because that will take you to either the hardcover or the paperback. Because I'm self-published, so I've got the hardcover that I'm selling through my website. The paperback is through BookBaby. It's a little bit smaller if you like travel, if you have older kids, sometimes this is more helpful. But it is also, the paperbacks are also available on Amazon, Bookshop, and all the bigger name places. But the shipping takes longer through those places. There's great reviews on Amazon. So if you want to read what other people have said about it, you can pop over to Amazon. But as far as purchasing, I do recommend BookBaby or my website. So if you go to ariathebook.com, it's all there.
Where do you get the most support? Is it if we go directly through you?
Yeah, so it's either kelseyfoxbennetboyd.com or the Book Baby Bookshop. So everything at ariathebook.com gives me the most return.
That's what I want to make sure you get compensated for all your beautiful work there. So
Thank you.
That's amazing. Cool. Well, before we hop off, is there anything else you want to share?
I just thank you so much for this opportunity. And yeah, to anyone out there who had a dream, I've been sharing this with kids. And when I was a kid, I wanted to be an author and I wanted to write a book. And yeah, so this is just a reminder, if you have a dream, keep going, ask for help, and you'll get there.
I'm so proud of you. Thanks again for shining on with me. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching Shine Online. How are you feeling, Tila?
I'm feeling solid. The day has been going well. The interviews are going great. It was a lot of fun editing all of them, so it's just good to, get it out there finally to the world.
I agree. Something else that I would like to get out into the world is the reminder that we also have a Facebook group for the Bring Me to Life Network.
Yeah.
We call it the Bring Me to Life community, and I'm always trying to invite people that are creatives in our network or would like to be a part of our network to share what it is they're doing there. If people have an album release or an art release or a writing release, I would like to see them communicate there. How about you?
Yeah, Facebook, the group that we have, Bring Me to Life community. It's a really solid group of people, and they just want to help you with your stuff.
That being said, if you also would like an even deeper community connection, you can join us on our Discord. The Facebook's a great way to promote and share what it is you have to offer, but the Discord is a beautiful way to connect. We have different little forums there where you can share pictures of your animals, which is one of my favorite. And you can also share pictures of your adventures and things like that. Or if you have a question about things that you're working on, we are here to help, and we would love to see more people there creating community and networking.
Yeah. Join our Discord.
Yeah, there's cool things happening there. But while you're here, stay tuned for Shine Online.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, everybody. I'm really excited. Today's interview is with Lacey Valandry of Silver Arrow Art. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty swell. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. I am really excited to talk to you about your creative process. So this year's Shine Online, we've really been diving into what inspires people and how to break out of the fear. And that's something that you've been working on a lot recently, right?
Uh-huh. I mean, like many artists, I struggle with different, voices coming back from the past and telling me all the ways that I'm not good enough. And especially recently, I've been noticing the imposter syndrome, like being invited to bigger events and being like, whoa, this is a lot. I don't know. But,
and it's funny because you come out really extroverted, but then when all the people come at you at once, it is a lot. It can be scary.
And I realized that especially at Halloween this year, I'm used to these 2,000 person festivals, and then all of a sudden going from at max 12,000 up to 30,000. That is a big jump. Yeah. I know I look extroverted, but I absolutely get overstimulated all the time.
I think that's fair. I mean, I guess there are some people that really thrive off of that extra boost of attention, but me myself, I would also be overwhelmed because everyone has a question. You answer the same thing like 20 times, and it can be overwhelming.
Yeah, even when I was a kid, I was like, when I heard of Banksy, I thought that was like the hugest like inspiration ever. Like the idea of having these famous works and like not having your face associated with it at all. Like that sounded prime. That sounded perfect.
That's goals. Well, you do go to a lot of festivals, and I know that you have a variety of different inspirations and styles of your work. So you have a couple of different themes. What are some of the things you would say inspire your work?
I'm definitely inspired by themes surrounding death and transformation, and especially the process of like growth stemming from decay. And so like being able to take something that looks gross and like understanding that it has to go through this process in order to be nourishing to the mycelium and the seeds underneath the soil in order to grow another beautiful garden.
Yeah, you brought up mycelium. Mushrooms are another like hobby, I guess, of yours, or like interest of yours. So, okay, so you like to work with shadow work. You like to work with nature. Is there any, I know you mentioned Banksy, is there any other inspirational artists that have kind of guided you through your journey?
So many artists. I mean, I have to give credit where credit's due. Like Ernst Fuchs was a huge inspiration for the entire visionary art movement as like, you know, in a classical painting style. And I learned the Mish technique from Amanda Sage, who like absolutely is one of the most inspiring humans I know.
Wow.
And just all of my art friends and partners, like when I paint next to someone, when we paint next to each other, like we're bound to cross-pollinate, and that is such a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and you've had so many amazing partners over the years. I also know that you spent time at COSM with Alex and Allison Gray. You've done some workshops there, and you've also gone to Italy to explore your practice. What was that like for you?
Life-changing. I got a tattoo of the place the eco village that I stayed at on my arm as a symbol of my commitment to continue growing on this path.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. It's a good reminder of an amazing like unlocked memory and experience.
Yeah.
So this year we've been asking a lot of people during Shine Online, what is a piece of advice you may have for another creative that wants to explore or tap into their inner artist but is afraid?
Make a mess on purpose. Purposely just like get some apple barrel craft paint, because I'm pretty sure that's non-toxic, but don't hold me to that. Check out the labels. And just make a mess with paint. Like these art supplies in the act of creating is not such a sacred process that it cannot be reached. It is a sacred practice that is meant to be done over and over and over again.
I love that. I think a lot of people are afraid of wasting materials or, you know, making something that isn't pretty. And I have to often remind people it's not about the outcome as much as it is the process. And just like for every masterpiece you see a great artist create, there are many messes that have led up to that moment.
And for how many materials are wasted, how much time is wasted by dreaming about doing the thing instead of just doing it. Time's way more precious.
Yeah, and it's healing too to just like make a mess and get creative.
Yeah.
So we've talked about your inspirations, we talked about some advice. Do you have any projects or pieces that you're working on right now that you're really excited about?
I am continuing to chip away at my tarot card series. And I'm over halfway through the Major Arcana, which is like a really major turning point. Because I've been working on this for like the last 7-8 years at this point.
Didn't you kick it off at the Crystal Chalice
I
Awards?
sure did.
I love that.
That's when I started the Hermit. And yeah, and then also I'm starting to get more into the teaching aspects of things. Like I really want to release some more online courses and like be more helpful and available in like in a teaching and advice giving way.
Yeah, we're working on our podcast, We Are Artists. We're really excited about that. I think it's going to be a beautiful way for us to connect with other creators and people stepping into being able to say, I am an artist. It's such a empowering thing to do because so many people say, oh, I'm not an artist, but I like to paint. And to me, I'm like, what? That's silly. Like, you are an artist.
Yeah.
But I know there are some of us that take it more professionally. And you mentioned doing tutorial professionally. Yeah, what's that mean? You posted on Instagram, you're a professional. But you also use TikTok. So you've got a pretty good following on TikTok right now, right?
Yeah, well, it's been going down.
But what's that been like for you as it did go to like rising levels there for a minute?
It just takes commitment. Like if I had stayed posting every day, like it would have kept growing, but I don't. But it's like really cool. I really like TikTok as a platform because it truly allows people the opportunity to learn things that they would not have otherwise even thought of, like answering questions that they never thought of asking kind of thing.
Yeah, I like TikTok because I do feel like I can be a little bit more unfiltered there. And we're going to talk about some other unfiltered content here in a second, but there is something about that platform where it is being seen by a lot more people. How can people find you on TikTok?
Silver Arrow Art. I am everywhere as Silver Arrow Art. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Patreon, and gonna be YouTube soon.
Yeah.
Once I figure out how to work my GoPro.
Let's talk about Patreon for a second. What is the importance of people supporting their creative friends on Patreon?
Oh my god, it means a world of a difference. Like, you may not think that $1 or $5 would like make such a difference in an artist's life, but like when you consider the amount of people that like really appreciate the art enough to like give $1, that adds up after a while. And it's really important, especially like in seasons where like we aren't selling the work, like especially winter, or you know, sometimes there's just a summer that like totally crashes and burns, or like things come up, and like having a backup thing, like a consistent source of income like Patreon is a really important thing to be able to sustain people.
I think people forget too, like they see us going to all these festivals, they think we're living the dream, but it's expensive. And artists don't really get paid unless they sell work at festivals. Like it's a little different than the musician portion of it, where typically they have, you know, like funding to get the music there. But art makes a festival feel more alive. There's a beauty to it. And the artists, they really have to, you know, work to get to each event, to be able to camp, to be able to travel, to be able to fly. And then you're getting ready to go on an adventure soon for your art journey.
Yeah, I'm going to Envision in Costa Rica.
Which is going to be really cool, but you have to ship all your art there.
I have to figure everything out.
Which that's a journey. So every Patreon member goes a long way.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a few different tiers, and people can just go sign up, and then
and there's gonna be some more tiers too that will include like things like private art instruction and stuff like that.
I love that.
Yeah.
We recently relaunched our Bring Me to Life Patreon too. We decided to have just a $2 tier because Bring Me to Life. And we're using it to launch some of our more unfiltered content because we like to have a little bit of structure and try to be somewhat professional, but we also want to be our like silly, unique selves. So we thought by putting it behind a paywall for even just $2, like something about that makes it feel a little more safe. So we are launching that. Go find the Silver Arrow Arts Patreon. Go find the Bring Me to Life with the number 2. And is there anything else that you want to give a shout out to before we hop off?
There is nothing romantic about the starving artist archetype.
It's true. And you don't have to be a starving artist.
No.
And you should support your friends so that they're not starving artists, because we put a lot of love and dedication into our craft. And I watch you go really hard in every project you do, whether it is a painting, a piece of jewelry, or an event. You've hosted and collaborated on a lot of really amazing events. And I'm always excited when I know that you're support for an event. The first Crystal Chalice Awards that we hosted as Bring Me to Life years ago was when we first had kind of just started interacting, and you just showed up and we're like, hey, can I put a gallery together like the day of? And I was like, sure. And you just rocked it. And then the next 2 years, it was just like such an exciting experience to watch you just like make it happen. And so many amazing artists got to participate. And I feel like that was a seed that you planted, and it's continued to grow within Bring Me to Life. So working with you has been magical.
Oh, working with you has been magical.
We're doing it, Lacey. We're doing it.
it.
All right. Well, go check out our podcast. It's going to be called We Are Artists. And go check out Silver Arrow Art. And until next time, thanks for shining on with us.
Hey everybody, this is Selomon. You're watching Shine Online. Stick around, there's plenty more to come.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. I'm here with my friend Lauren from Rainbow Art Farms. I'm excited to have you here today.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I love your art so much, and you use all different kinds of materials in your creative practice. But before we dive into that, I'm curious, what inspired the name Creative Art or Rainbow Art Farms?
The name Rainbow Art Farms came from just how I wanted to present my art and present the vision of my family and our neighborhood, and that is, one of love and hope, and using art to help other people and myself remember that, art is a way to express ourselves and an expression of joy and love and hope. And, it's been given to us for all those reasons.
I love that. So in this creative practice, you use a lot, like I said, I use a lot of different materials, but you use a lot of flowers.
Yes.
Do you grow those flowers?
I do. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And was there an inspiration behind the botanical part?
Just my natural love of all things outdoors.
All things outdoors.
Yeah, I've always been into gardening ever since I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So I just have always been drawn to the earth that way. And I really wanted a way to incorporate the beauty of flowers like in a way that would last, especially throughout the winter months, because I get sad and, it's so dreary. And
yeah, I can relate to that.
So,
I love that you create a lot of things with flowers. And then your husband, who CeeLo got to interview, Isaac, he creates a lot of like wire trees, and it does create this like very natural and farm-esque energy to it. So when you go into your creative practice, you often create a lot of jewelry, but you also have like paintings and art that you love to create too.
Yeah, I've done paintings with acrylic, watercolors. I paint wood flowers. I collage. I don't know. I just have a lot of different outlets.
I can relate to that as well, because like doing one thing over and over and over, it does get boring, and then it becomes like, I feel like a machine with a job that isn't necessarily as exciting as being able to bounce through different creative practices. So you seem to not feel the need to niche down at all. You kind of just explore what your heart is called to at that time.
Yeah, yes and no. I have found that, from a business standpoint, like jewelry is definitely a good area to focus on. And I do find it very fulfilling too. I really like, because you're working with a small piece, so it's finished sooner.
I get
you
that.
get more satisfaction.
Yes, totally understand
yeah,
that.
you feel more accomplished, and you can make a lot of them. Even if they're totally different, each one is different, you can still make a lot of them.
Yeah.
So I like that with jewelry.
I love that too, because I mean, I've always, as a visual artist that paints, that also makes jewelry, I've found that people only have so much wall space, but you can never have too much jewelry. If someone says they have too much jewelry, I don't believe them. I don't believe them. So what would be a piece of advice that you would offer other inspired creatives that maybe afraid to step into the path of being a full-time creator?
Don't let fear get in the way. You know, it's okay to have that fear. That's a natural fear of like, how will I do this? Will it be successful? You know, do I even know enough to, you know, succeed? But success is not measurable by how much you're making or how well your sales are. I think the level of your success is really the people who enjoy your work and feeling like you're contributing positively to people's lives. At least for me, like that's always important. And whatever I'm doing, I have to feel like it's making some kind of positive impact, you know, even if it's teeny tiny, like even if it's a little reminder, like,
What's it say today?
This one says every day you choose.
Every day you choose.
Yeah, this one,
I love that. I got a pair that recently said always shine or something along the lines of that. They literally have my name on them. That being said, you have a desire to inspire, but you're not only a creator, you're a mom. And what does that play a part in your creative journey?
Oh, I'm crying.
Oh,
it's okay.
It's okay. Part of it. It's part of it.
I don't really need these.
It's okay. Here, folks.
It's I don't even remember what you asked me, to be honest.
What impact being a mom has in your creativity? I'm sure it's both inspiring but sometimes hard.
Both, yeah, very much. It's, I think, part of why I create and why I do my art is not just for me, it's for them too. And I really love the fact that they get to be involved with us. You know, we're both, me and Isaac are constantly, you know, doing something, creating something. River, our middle-aged child, she'll say sometimes, she'll come up to us and be like, Mom, Dad, I'm an artist. Like, we're an arty-farty family.
Your whole squad is, and I love it.
Yeah. It's just like, I'm like, oh.
And your oldest is making jewelry,
She
too.
is, yeah. She makes jewelry and keychains, and you know, for now we're homeschooling, so she's been able to just be really immersed and learn a lot about not just creating, but also like the business world. And her, not just her, but all three of the kids, their level of their ability to communicate with adults and other human beings like far surpasses my ability.
That means you've done well. You've done so well.
I guess so. But yeah, I'm constantly in awe of them.
Yeah, and I love seeing that your whole family comes as a unit to different events, different vendor events, different journeys and experiences we've had together through the last couple of years. And it's beautiful to see a mom and a dad include their children in the journey. And I love that you shared that they're a big part of why you do what you do in the creative world, because a lot of why I do what I do is also inspired by my mom. She passed away when she was 32, which I just turned 32 this year, which is like mind-blowing to me. And she was an artist, but she didn't get to create. She put herself through multiple jobs to the point that like by the time she got home, she didn't have the ability to follow her creative path. So I always say that the reason that I go as hard as I do, both creatively and like sharing other stories, is because I want her story to be shared, but I also want the ability to create and do things that she didn't get to. So watching you teach your children how powerful it is to follow your dreams is such an inspiring thing. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
So that being said, other than your children and your family, who are beautiful inspirations, is there anyone specific you'd like to give a shout out to off the top of your head? And if she forgets anyone, no one judge her later. It's okay.
It's not really anyone in specific. It's just my relationship to God, and the walk that I've had with Him is so intrinsically connected to my creativity, as I believe that all of our creativity comes from our Creator, and we were made to be creative in so many different ways. We can create physically, we can create mentally, we can create hope, but we can also create pain.
It's true.
Just that journey that I've been on, and the growth, and just my life. Just my life, it's just been my inspiration.
It's beautiful. That's a beautiful share. And I agree. I think that we can both create beautiful things and very heavy things, but I love when people choose to create beautiful things, especially if they've had to walk a very up and down life throughout the years and all the experiences that the Creator's given us. So you share a lot of your journey on social media. You have a lot of different reels and pictures of your process and different things. How can people find you and follow your journey, check out your art and all those fun things?
Let's see, on Facebook and Instagram, it's Rainbow Art Farms. And then we have a website, rainbowartfarms.com as well.
Beautiful. And people can buy your art there?
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah.
Is there any major projects that you're really excited about you're working on right now? I know you're making some shifts. That's why I'm like, I want to know, what are you up to?
Yes. So the biggest one is I'm in the process of establishing a nonprofit.
Okay.
And hopefully this year that'll happen and the wheels will start turning faster on that.
Okay.
My ultimate goal, my ultimate dream has always been to open up a community art center.
Oh, wow.
So I'm in that process and I have this space potentially.
Okay.
But I just have to
keep
go
going
forward with that. Yeah.
All
Which is
right.
really exciting. So yeah, just like more focus on my ultimate goal and my ultimate purpose, really. And I'll still be making things, and I can't ever stop making things.
It's a part of us. Once we start, we're not stopping.
Yeah, it is. I'm just not going to be so focused on I guess the business side of things,
okay.
and just kind of let that be what it's going to be.
I love that for you.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good journey. I'd like to invite everyone watching to take a nice deep breath and visualize it happening, both for you and all of those that will benefit from such a beautiful project.
Yeah.
Well, all right. If there's nothing else that you feel itching to share, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for joining on with me. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right, Shannon, how are you feeling? You've been doing a bunch of interviews. You okay? You still full of energy here?
It has been a journey. I do want to say that it is inspiring to talk to all these amazing people. They're so powerful, they're so creative, they're so beautiful, and I am just so grateful to be in community with all of them. I'm really excited too. I'm excited that we're going to be able to do more things now with Bring Me to Life. We've got everything all set up. We've been releasing podcasts, and yeah, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I am just really grateful for everybody putting Shine Online together and creating such a beautiful event and sharing wisdom. I talked in our little documentary about how Bring Me Life got started, that, art and being creative is just so healing and gives a lot of purpose and meaning to life. So it's really cool to be able to share everybody's story and get those out into the world. And yeah, we do have a set now that we can start making more videos. So hopefully we'll maybe get Bring Me Life TV going or something.
Yeah, I'm excited for our workshops. We've had a lot of workshops and things that we've recorded in the past, but they needed a little bit of a facelift, and we're excited to, show up a little bit more educated even ourselves, to be able to offer even more to our community and to help everyone rise up with us, because to me that's what's important, is showing up in collaboration and connection.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we have more for you today, and stick around. Also join our Discord, because we have some Patreon only things happening in our Discord.
Yeah, so Patreon is this amazing platform where you can help us continue to grow. For only $2, you get access to our Discord platform that Silo mentioned. And in there, we have some behind the scenes videos. We are going to also be releasing some podcasts on the Patreon platform that will only be on the Patreon platform. It's just a little bit of a safety zone, like if there's this opportunity for you to also support us, we feel that we can give you even bigger pieces of ourselves there. And Patreon is just a reliable way for communities to grow. And we know that right now it might be hard for a lot of people, but $2 seems pretty doable. And we are so grateful for every single person that supports the journey. So thank you if you've already donated. That's amazing. You can also make donations. We will put up some information about that. And honestly, if you just share with a friend, so that these people that have taken the time to connect with us have an opportunity to reach an even bigger network. Sharing is caring, and our networks grow when we continue to support each other. So thank you. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. I'm here today with Jordan Furrow. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. So you're a creative of many forms. How would you describe your creative practices?
I would say mainly I'm a musician, and then I'd practice some visual arts like collage, a little bit of painting, sometimes clay, but mostly music is what I feel I do the best at.
Yeah. So when you say music, you both play multiple instruments and you write songs?
Yeah. I try to play as many instruments as possible: drums, bass, guitar, piano. I've just been recently learning some clarinet, saxophone. And songwriting is another thing that is sort of close behind in those that I've been trying to focus more on lately.
Yeah, got some magical wordsmithery. So with all those different outlets of creativity, what would you say drives you to follow those dreams?
Just the joy that I feel from getting to create, the pleasure of getting to express myself in a way that words can't normally, or normal words can't, using poetry can kind of go beyond what's, able to be expressed in normal conversations. So I think just, the joy and the pleasure of what it feels like to be able to make things up on the go and to communicate with other people through music and through art, and feel that they have a connection to you, or they see what you meant by something, or you reminded them of something that's important to them. So yeah, just the connection that it fosters too. Super important.
Beautiful. So I'm curious, that being said, I've seen you pick up just about any instrument and try to mess with it. And you usually do really well just like the first time, and it blows my mind. How do you get past the fear of exploring different modalities or instruments or creative pathways?
That's a good question, yeah. And it's not always easy to answer. There's just an excitement about being challenged. It's like a challenge that if it's your passion, it doesn't feel like a labor. If it's not something you enjoy doing, then it's like, there's a challenge I have to overcome, and I got to get better. I'm not doing good. But if it's something you enjoy enough and it feeds you, then it's like, I'm looking forward to challenging myself. I'm looking forward to learn how to get the extra grace notes on the left hand and how to, just always be improving. And it's a subtle line between like, you know, deriving pleasure and joy from getting to be challenged versus I don't really enjoy it, so I can't. It doesn't feel like something I want to get better at. So yeah, just embracing the challenge, kind of like parkour style. There's no obstacles. There's only opportunities. So you can use anything in your path to add to your XP gaining. Gain your XP using anything that you come across in your artistic path.
I love that.
Yeah.
So would you say that you've always been a creative, or did something ever like trigger you to be more creative?
In my childhood, I remember playing, like on a toy drum here and there. My dad had me playing baseball most of my childhood. So, that sort of informed much of the early years of my life. And then I'd say when my brother gave me his CD player, and it had, I listened to Nirvana for just a year straight when I was 13, well, maybe like 12. So I'd say 12, 13 was the point at which I'd already played music a little bit in school before then, but it was more compulsory, or it was more just like an elective, and I hadn't developed a passion for it yet. And I would just kind of passively listen to music as a kid, enjoyed it, and really had like, a wonderful sense of kind of synesthesia a little bit with it sometimes. But then whenever my brother gave me the CD player and I started listening to music intentionally with headphones, just something about it was able to like pierce me in the heart much more effectively, to the point where I was like, now I don't want to just listen. I want to actually learn how to do that. And then it was just monkey see, monkey do from there. I'd watch videos of my favorite musicians and just watch what they do. Like, oh, that's how you make that sound. And oh, that's what you do with your foot or whatever, and just the joy of getting to have something that I could control and be myself with and make a lot of noise and just, express the raw emotion. Probably started, right when I was 13, and the rest is history.
Wow. So what advice might you have for another creative that is absolutely terrified of picking up an instrument but like loves music?
I would say give it a shot, and you can't fail, because to create is not something that anyone else can judge but yourself. I mean, other people can, but I don't think it's something that should be taken to heart initially. There's always discipline and receiving constructive criticism later, but I think you should, not lose the idea that you can run, but you're afraid to crawl. Like you have to crawl, then walk, then run, and then even fly. Hop, skip, jump, whatever it is, metaphorically.
Yeah.
So just count on making mistakes, but don't let that be an impediment. Let it be just a way to understand that, like, even professionals are practicing still. They're not always getting it right, and if they do get it right, oftentimes you don't often see the times behind the scenes. That they've played this one part 25 times, and I should know it by now. Like years later, I still mess up on stuff that I have been playing since I was a teenager, but the joy again outweighs the frustration, I guess. So yeah, don't be afraid to just start pressing buttons, as my friend Archie used to say, especially on guitar. Just see how it makes you feel, and you can't fail at letting yourself know how you feel or expressing how you feel. You're just being real about it, so it's not a thing that you should feel like judgment about, so imposter syndrome is real. Respect to people that have that. I sometimes have that, but I think that it's just a passing thought, and the more you can just immerse yourself in the raw feeling of experiencing, well, just how does it make you feel, and you don't even have to put a label on it. Just see, what does that chord feel like, and what does that chord feel like, and how do both of them together make me feel, and just start to experience that, and you'll forget about the frustration or the fear. It'll dissolve on its own if you just follow your bliss, trust your path, and that's what I'd say.
No, I love that. That's important, because so many people are afraid of sounding silly when they first get started, me included. It's like you have to like get used to hearing what sounds wrong so that you can embrace what sounds right too, I think. Or not that there is a right or wrong, but some things just sound a little bit more off.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's been interesting about music is me as a visual artist, I can see if I blend colors and they look funny or they just like don't make sense. And even that's still considered like abstract art. But with music, it takes a minute to really feel into like what flows well and what instruments you like. Do you have a favorite instrument?
I would say drums. Yeah, because that's what took my heart the first time I ever began to play on my own. And my mom bought me my first drum set, and bless her heart, was able to eventually be able to sleep through me playing somehow, and all of my neighbors that had to put up with me not knowing how to play first and then knowing how to play. So, you know, it's an art that you can express, and you can't hide your mistakes unless you have really good soundproof. But another point on, not being afraid is like, for me, being intimidated to rap or do a cipher or just spontaneously start saying, poetry. And you just have to count on making up words randomly and saying goofy things that you don't really, mean to say, but you have to allow yourself just kind of the lightheartedness to give yourself permission to be kind of lighthearted about it. And then you can say some really profound things. You're like, I didn't know I was going to say that, but you just kind of are like trusting your voice. And then there's some subconscious thing that eventually, it's a muscle you got to exercise, but you have to also count on just like, sometimes it's not there. You show up and the muse is not there, but it's important that you show up on a regular basis and you get better and it becomes more comfortable, and you become that the fear turns into excitement. And it's just like, you get the jitters for one, you get the jitters for the other, but it's just a slight spectrum shift on the excitement, the shaking that makes you just be prepared and fully present to face the fear and rise, face everything and rise, FEAR, whatever that thing is. Anyway.
Beautiful. So how do people check out your music and support you?
I'm on YouTube. You can search Furrow the Depths on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. I'm working on a website right now and getting some things figured out before that's ready to launch. So kind of going to keep everything there as well. That's pretty much it. Furrow the Depths.
Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I think that's another good place. Because you post your videos and stuff there too sometimes.
Yeah. And I'm not so regular. I'm trying to get to that point, but there's enough to see there to kind of get an idea.
And you'll be posting some of your collage work and other things there as you keep going?
Yes.
Awesome.
100%.
Cool. Well, thanks for hopping on Shine Online with me.
Cool. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Shannon Shine, and I'm really grateful that you've been watching the Shine Online broadcast. I also just wanted to do a shameless plug and ask you to also check out my website, shannonshine.com, where you can find all kinds of art and jewelry, as well as what I call my soul offerings. So if you're somebody who is looking to be more inspired and you would like to work with someone to keep you motivated and accountable for whatever it is that you are looking to bring to life, I have some different offerings available. I call them soul sessions or power sessions. And again, you can find those on my website at shannonshine.com, or you can reach out to me on your favorite social media platform. And I would love to hear what it is that you would like some light shined upon. So thanks for watching Shine Online. Stay tuned for more.
Yeah. Here we go.
So welcome back to Shine Online. I'm here with my friend Lee Cara. Did I say that right?
Lee Cara. Yes.
Cara. Okay.
Yes.
Beautiful. Tell me a little bit about what you do.
What I do. That is such an open-ended question, isn't it?
What brings you joy?
Oh, what brings me joy? Okay, well.
That's a better way.
I suppose what brings me joy. What brings me joy literally is every single day. Like I make a conscious choice every single day to shift my thinking. I call it radical self-awareness. So like to constantly pay attention to what you're thinking, because we have such habits ingrained in us. We're practically conditioned to judge ourselves, to hate ourselves, to bash ourselves, to say mean things. And it's really more of a habit than anything else, because even someone on the enlightening path, I would say even more so on the path of enlightenment, a lot of times we give ourselves a very high standard for how we should be, and so we'll get really down on ourselves if we catch ourselves thinking in the wrong way or saying the wrong words or whatever that is. And I just always think it's really important to embrace that joy, because I find that my belief is that joy is the direct connection to the divine. And that moment where like you get excited and your thoughts go away, that's the divine connection. That's the unconditional love. That's the, like when you look at a baby and you, or a puppy, or you laugh uncontrollably. The moment that your actual worded thoughts, our narrative that judges and tells us what's going on all the time, as soon as that goes away, the joy comes in. And it takes a little bit of practice, and it literally is a moment to moment, like I said, radical self-awareness. But you can bring that feeling of the tingles, that when it fills you, that joy fills you at any moment, just by taking that deep breath and focusing. You get in the practice, you can do it in like 10 seconds, and it changes your whole day. So it bothers some people. They call me a little Pollyanna, but that's okay, because you know what? Bad stuff happens, good stuff happens. And I always try to see, why is this happening? It's all for me. How can I use this? Blah, blah, blah. All those things that we all know, that we all say, So the joy is always that synchronicity of figuring out why that bad thing happened,
I've learned through the years that when bad things happen, it's usually to teach me a lesson. And some people love that about me. Some people hate that about me. They're like, oh, you just, in your love and light mode, you just think everything happens for a reason. And I'm like, do you realize some of the things that I've experienced in my life that I've had to embrace that mentality with? Because I've experienced a lot of loss. I've experienced a lot of darkness, but I've also experienced a lot of light. And if I don't see that it all happens for some sort of reason, then I would drive myself crazy, and I would probably be a lot more sad than I find myself in these days. I'm trying to be like looking at the positive, and like I learned a lesson from those. Something you and I have talked about too is kind of tapping into that frequency of the light, or being I don't know if we've used the term light worker, but like the energy of just spirit that kind of guides us to keep going, if you will. And what was it, or if anything, an experience or whatever comes to you like that drove you to stay in that connection and to find this joy?
Well, my awakening was like a lightning bolt when the wave came through in November of 2012. And I was in a marriage that I'd been in for over 20 years. I had children. I worked a job or two in the restaurant industry, close to the happiest place on earth, Orlando, close to Disney World. And I was miserable on the inside. I smiled. I put on my hospitality face. I did the mom thing. I did the wife thing. And on the inside, I hated myself. I was a cutter until I was 42. Like, I really was so miserable. And I just got to the point where I felt like I couldn't do anymore. And I literally like begged for help. I've always been the anti-religion. Like I argue with the Jehovah's Witnesses when they come to my door, and it's logic. I always believe in a higher power, but the religion part out, the dogma, I always had an issue with. And I just had this lightning bolt when I asked for help. And I got these just golden, glittery light. Like it sounds cheesy to say, but through my entire body. And I felt more loved, beloved in that moment than I'd ever felt in my whole life, from any child that I birthed, from a parent, from a lover. I didn't even understand that sort of love existed until that moment. And it may have only been like a split second. It might have been 10 minutes. I don't know. But when I came to, I heard like, you are Lee Cara, you're going to start writing. I picked up a pen and wrote down everything they said to me. And they said, this is Unleash Your Light. They said, now open the Bible. I'm like, Bible? I don't have a Bible. I had to go buy a Bible, because at the time it was very much you're going to figure this out step by step. Because I had no training. Excuse me. Whew.
That's okay.
I got very whoo. Because that God thing, it kind of triggers people.
It does trigger people. And I'm one of those people that it used to trigger me a lot because part of my journey was that when I was 6 years old, I was in a church singing This Little Light of Mine when my mom passed. And as I grew into my teenage years, I had a lot of resentment for that. I still went to church, but a lot of my family didn't, which I thought was interesting. They would drop me off and my brother off at church, and then they would go about their day. But we were sitting there in Sunday school, and we were like, okay, well, we'll learn the lessons. But I remember being a teenager and wanting to explore. I had so many questions that a preacher once was like, you ask too many questions. You just have to have faith. And I didn't like that part about it.
Yeah.
But I started to ask, like, if there was this God energy, how could he have done what he did to me as a child? I lost my mom. I lost my dad. I lost 8 other very influential people in between before I was 10. And I kept seeing all these bad things happen in the world, and I was angry.
Yeah.
So the God thing was triggering. But as I've evolved, I've seen God as a different source, a different energy. The Bible isn't this like the only word. And I've noticed as I've experienced other forms of spirituality and religion that the deeper message is following your inner guidance and the connection you have with whatever the source is. And again, it goes back to that. I believe everything happens for a reason. So whatever the source is, whether you call it God or this, like, if you visualize it as this like sky daddy in the sky or this being that like drives you, it's still trying to speak to us no matter how a person sees it. And I found that beautiful.
Yes, 100%. I always say it does not matter what you call it. Call it Fred if you want. The universe is always trying to talk to us, and that universal energy is what in the Christian religion they refer to as God or the Holy Spirit or however they see it. But I was able to take an abstract concept and understand it more using the bridge of Christianity to get to that abstract concept of just understanding that that energy is me, that I am connected to everything, that we are one, that the oneness is the unconditional love and the piece of divine that we all share, the energy that animates every living thing, you know, is a piece of divine. And so it was this bridge. And so I, for the last 10 years or so, a little over 10 years, have been doing live podcasts up to 5 or 6 a week sometimes for several years on Facebook, and called Unleash Your Light. And it's just simple things that we can do in our own life to connect with that divine and embrace it within us. Because every time we speak to ourselves, we are speaking to the divine within us. Would you say the things that you say to yourself to divine? You know, would you look at the way that you live your life if you were looking at it through the divine eyes? And so this idea of unleashing that divine within us is embracing that unconditional love for ourselves, believing that we are beloved, understanding the bad things that we've done and forgiving the bad things that other people have done and forgiving, and being able to take that and shift it into a daily practice of unconditional love, where we're able to look at even those who have committed heinous crimes and see that piece of divine within them. Somebody doesn't have to behave in a godly way for me to know that there's a piece of divine in them. And that's the shift that we can make. As if you call yourself a light worker, I find, and this is no shade, everybody has to do what they have to do, but I do find that a lot of light workers insulate themselves from the world rather than pushing their light outwards to bust through it, because that's literally, I feel, part of our mission here is to shove through all that stuff and shine despite.
I agree. It's been interesting because that term, I do feel like it kind of got hijacked, because a lot of times people will ask me what my religion is, and I'm like, I follow the light, like love, light. I know that sounds very hippy dippy, but like the light is what guides me. And to me, that was a term that has worked a little bit more than God, because I did have like, maybe it's a daddy issue, I don't know. But it was just this like concept that really changed it for me. And I've had my Christianity journey, I've had a spirituality journey, and I'm somewhere in between. And I really love being able to connect with people that have a variety of different religions or perspectives, and whatever it is that drives them. Like I said, it does seem like it's the love. It's the love that everyone comes back to. So you have touched a little bit about your book, and we have a version of your book here. but you're working on some new writings and some new content that people will be able to find soon.
I definitely am. So my website, unleashyourlight.org, has been up since 2013. Right after my awakening, I put together the website, and I was just printing them up and handing them out to anybody who wanted them, the book. I didn't, self-publishing wasn't really much of a thing back then. It cost a lot of money. And I was just doing this because the universe said, you have to. I'm like, I am a bartender at a nudist resort. I do not know what I'm doing. We don't care. Just do what we say. Just listen. And after I finished writing everything, they said, now do the steps. So I had to go through all of these steps to do all of these, things, you're not alone, and to forgive yourself and to learn to love yourself. But so I've had this website for a very long time, adding to it. It probably has, 50, 60 pages on it, but I'm making a brand new one that is very simple and easy to navigate. It doesn't have a million, tangents to go off on. It's a little bit like my brain with a million tangents. But by the time this comes out, 2/22, it will be all ready to go. So unleashyourlight.org. You'll be able to get links to, I have an entire video series about Unleash Your Light. You can go through all the steps. I have an entire video series on navigating your awakening from self-doubt to self-love. I have all kinds of links to all kinds of stuff on there, but now it's easy to find.
That's beautiful. I always like to tell people, you're not crazy, you're waking up. And it sounds like you have a lot of content to really help people stay in that mode. Before we hop off, I'd like to ask, do you have any general tips that we can offer somebody that is awakening to their creative path, whatever it is they're passionate about? We have a lot of artists, creators, musicians, authors, but then we have a lot of people that they want to step into that passion, that connection to spirit, but they do think they're crazy and they are scared.
Yes.
What's your tip of advice for the day? And then they can go find you at your website.
Yes. The biggest thing is to not doubt your creative vision. When you can take judgment out of it and questioning out of it and create art for art's sake, you're making art for you. You're expressing divine onto whatever medium it is, whether it's film, whether it's art, paint. And so by not doubting what comes out of you as it comes out, you allow the creative process to happen. And maybe you go back later and you tweak and you edit with your editor's eye. But I almost feel like there needs to be a primal connection that you just allow to flow.
I love that. I love that. Well, can you give everybody where they can find you again?
Unleashyourlight.org. Also, I have a Facebook page and a Facebook group that's been there, like I said, a good almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you can find me. And I think I'm the only Lee Cara on Facebook. So you can also type in Lee Cara.
How we spell it?
And it'll pop Licara.
Okay.
And it'll pop right up, and I got plenty of room for new friends. So.
And is the Facebook group Unleash Your Light as well?
It is, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm really grateful that you hopped in here with me today. We got to introduce you to our audience here at Bring Me to Life Network, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you.
Yay!
So, yeah. All right, everybody, stay tuned for more.
All right, thank you all for continuing to watch Shine Online. We have some exciting news. There's an after party.
Oh my goodness, there's an after party. Yes, if you've been tuning in this far, we are so grateful. We would love to celebrate you in the after party, which you can get to in Discord through our Patreon. So a few things that you can look forward to in the after party is the opportunity to connect with others, and there's a few amazing giveaways.
Yeah, so we have our friend Billy Mays, who you did an interview with.
So Billy Mays is releasing a 9-hour album tomorrow.
Dang.
And he gave us the opportunity to give away 3 free downloads to those that join the after party. So if you would like to hear more about Billy Mays and his amazing music, we're also going to do just a little sneak peek, and you can find that in the Discord.
Awesome. Yeah. So we have a few more giveaways to do. And our friend Mark David Gerson, who is a writer, gave us a download to a meditation for writers.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I think that whoever wins that is going to be really inspired.
Yeah. Yeah. So we did interview some writers today, and that's a big part of creativity, storytelling.
Yeah.
So hopefully it gives a lot of motivation to somebody who has a story in mind that maybe they want to get out.
Yeah, we'd love to hear about your stories in the Discord. That being said, there's a few other amazing giveaways, and really we'll see who else tunes in. But I do know that we want to go ahead and show off these amazing prints that our friend Jenny has donated. So Jenny is an amazing artist and supporter. She recently got tuned into the Bring Me to Life Network and has helped us by telling everyone. So if you're tuned in, Jenny, thank you for being a supporter, and we are so grateful for these awesome art pieces. If you are interested in winning one of these, you can do so again by joining the Patreon for just $2. Then you hop into the Discord. That's where you can find the I think we're going to do it in the live broadcasts, or you'll see where there's like a little recording space, and that's where we'll all be.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to hop in with video or audio, or even just leave comments and join us there to celebrate and ask any questions you may have had about Shine Online or the Bring Me to Life Network. And we are just excited to connect with some other people. That's what Bring Me to Life is all about.
Oh yeah, yeah. Shine Online is kind of a longer event because we do all the amazing interviews with people. But to be able to do a little after party for the people who are willing and wanting to give a little extra, we want to give a little extra back.
Yeah, so thanks to all those that have donated. If we get a really good turnout, I also have some sticker packs and some art of my own I will throw in there, but I want to honor those that have already donated, and I want to honor those that do tune in and join us there. So thank you again for joining us, and thanks again for the donations, everyone. One more thing. If you've enjoyed today's broadcast, you too can donate to the Bring Me to Life Network. If Patreon isn't your thing, you can also join our donation process through the PayPal. There's a little tip jar there, and any donation goes to helping us continue to shine a light on others and build the network. So thanks for all you do.
Absolutely. So we probably have a few more, and then we're going to get to the after party. So stick around with us, join our Patreon, and we'll see you in Discord.
Yeah.
Paranormal is so much more than content.
Like, Morgan. The one castle is going off.
Paranormal is telling the story of those who have been forgotten.
Can you tell us your name? It's just like Thomas.
Paranormal is connecting the living and the dead.
What's your name? Philip? I think it said Philip.
Paranormal takes time to understand. I kind of, as a kid, shut off any form of capability and connections that I had because it scared me so bad. But now as I get older, I'm more interested in this type of thing. I'm more interested in trying to communicate and do stuff. I think it's starting to kind of open back up. Paranormal requires you to be the light in the darkness.
But what I was going to say is, like, once you start doing this kind of work, it creates this portal for spirits to see you as a beacon of light.
This is Paranormal Inquiry.
Mecca embodies the center, self, and elevated means raising your consciousness and heightening your spirits. Together, Mecca Elevated curates events and unique wellness products that empower you to charge and align to your truest self. Meditation in itself is used to really calm your mind and create space for yourself. So my idea for this studio is to normalize meditation. When you're coming to Elevated Meditation Studio, you're coming to a sacred, safe space. I use natural, acoustic, indigenous instruments to create balance and harmony within your body's ecosystem. Sound easily drops you into a meditative state, so you don't have to do that whole jitterness of, I can never calm myself down, or my thoughts are still here. We're human beings, so we're gonna have thoughts. Just don't create an action behind that thought. Everyone's here just for a healing for themselves, a healing for their families. So there's no judgment, no one's paying attention to what the other person is doing. We're all coming into a space to meditate and just share community. It gives you a peace of mind. So you're allowed to kind of create this bubble around yourself. And though the world is chaotic sometimes and uncertain, you have this own protection of my peace of mind that this sound meditation has given you. So it relieves stress, brings on clarity. It definitely helps you make decisions. And then most clients tell me they get one of the best night's sleep when they have sound meditation. Sound meditation is medicine.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, everybody, the moment has arrived where I have Diana G, aka my mom, here on Shine Online. Welcome, Diana, to the show.
Thank you. Welcome. Hello, son, Christopher, Selomon.
Exactly. Yes. So thank you for coming on Shine Online. I wanted to start with a really easy question to kind of smooth you into it. And I'm sure the audience is curious. What is your favorite memory with me?
Oh boy. There's a lot of them. You were crazy. Probably if I look back like when you were a kid, when you were young, it would be the times when you were always being like your adventurous self. And you'd be like, Mom, 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 come look, Mom, Mom. You know, you're always calling me. You always wanted me to watch. You would scare the living daylights out of me because you would do like these crazy ramp jumps and all kinds of stuff. But it was it was fun because you wanted me to watch you. So I loved that. But
Yeah.
you would scare me because you were pretty you were like I would have swore you were going to be like a stunt person in a movie or something.
You know, there's always that time, always a possibility that happens. But yeah, it's good to have you on. We actually started Bring Me to Life as an adventure, and so it's kind of funny that it's grown into what it is now, and you get to participate in it. We're helping you create a podcast now, Heartfelt Conversations with Mama G. Is that the title, official title?
Yep, that's the official title.
And so, could you maybe tell us a little bit about what your podcast is and what will you be sharing in the episodes?
Boy, well, the podcast is about a lot of different things, but basically broken roads and healing souls, I guess, if I were to summarize it. Um, it's about just I've made a lot of really bad decisions in my life because of some abuse and trauma and different things. And so I just thought there's probably a lot of other wounded and hurting people out there who maybe they're making some bad life choices, or they just need to know they're not alone. So I'm hoping that I will share some heartfelt conversations about my own brokenness and my own broken roads, and I hope it will bring some healing and some encouragement to other people who are out there who might just need to know they're not alone.
Yeah, I'm really excited and looking forward to helping you create this podcast, and very much looking forward to hearing stories. I know I have been editing some of your episodes already, And I heard you talking about grandpa, which is really cool. So I think it's going to be really amazing opportunity to like learn a little bit more about you as your son, and then also get to share that with the world.
Yeah, it's scary. And we kind of talked about it a little bit before I dove into this endeavor that, you're kind of healing because you're bearing your soul out there, but I think it's important to be vulnerable because we need to be authentic. And there's a lot of hurting people, and it can be really confusing. um I think we went through a season of time where a lot of people felt isolated, and so, how do you move on if you've been really damaged or wounded or hurt? And how do you not stay there? So I think it's good. I'm excited. I'm excited to work on this with you. I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited, and I hope people find encouragement, and I hope they stay tuned in, and they grow with me as I learn how to, you know, drive this kind of new adventure with you. And I really hope it makes a difference for somebody. I really do. At the end of the episode, I hope they feel encouraged, and I hope they feel inspired, and if they feel like giving up, I hope they don't, because there's always a new day. So
Absolutely. And you mentioned the word grow, and I feel like if you're nervous, it's probably because you're growing and you're getting outside of your comfort zone a little bit. So I'm proud of you for being brave and doing that. And what was going through your head when you decided to message me? Hey, I want to start a podcast.
um pretty much what we talked about, that I felt there was a lot of broken people out there. It wasn't really something I necessarily wanted to do. Like, I'm like you, I'm kind of on that creative side. I've tampered with writing and different stuff. But for some reason, I believe in the Lord. I believe in God. I feel like He inspired me to reach out, that He wants people to know who He really is, um, who Jesus really is. And I think that there's a lot of churches out there, there's a lot of misinformation. And I think that we walk around thinking God's mad at us all the time and He wants to beat us up. And that's not the truth at all. So I guess that was really what it is I feel like God wanted me to tell people the truth about who He is, and about how much He loves them. And He's not waiting to bump us over the head every day because we mess up. There's a lot of people in the Bible that were really flawed, and we're going to talk about that in these podcasts. Every single person that God did to do miraculous things were all flawed people, and we're spirits. We're spiritual beings, but we're living in this world. So how do you maneuver that? How do you be a spirit person but yet live in this world? And I think a lot of people know that there's more inside of them. Like, you feel like there's got to be more to life than this, and there is. you know but it's tapping into to your spirit and connecting with God on that level.
Mhm.
But
Well, yeah. I appreciate you coming on here and telling us a little bit about what your podcast is going to be. And we will include a link for the podcast in the description as we get that going. And yeah, thank you again, Mom, aka Diana G, for coming on here.
I love you, and I am super proud of you, and really excited to see what's going to come about in your future, and really, really glad we get to kind of do this together. I know it's probably, I don't know, weird for you to help your mom out, but I'm proud of you and I love you. And you have always brought me a lot of joy, even though there were times when I know I was kind of wacky, and you've had to go through a lot of my my brokenness with me. So it'll be interesting to see how you maybe respond to some of the things that I talk about in the podcast. So
Yes, absolutely. And you heard it all. My mom's proud of me, and it's a good feeling. Thank you for saying that. We have plenty more coming up. Thank you for everybody tuning in, and stay tuned. We have plenty more coming up.
Hey y'all, if you're enjoying Shine Online, I think you'll really enjoy also tuning into the Bring Me to Life podcast. You can find it on YouTube or your favorite audio platform, and there's a lot of inspiring content there as well. A lot of it's between Silo and I, and we also do interviews, and we're looking to be booking more. So stay tuned and give us a follow so that we can grow.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. I'm here today with Mark David Gerson. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. And I'm excited to hear some of the projects that you've been working on and something you're excited about. What's lighting you up these days?
Sure. I've got a couple of things going. I have two new editions of two books coming out. I have my book up for writers called, I love this title, Birthing Your Book Even If You Don't Know What It's About. And that's a new edition, much bigger than the old edition. And I have a new edition of the second book in my fantasy series, The Star Quest. The series is called The Legend of Quintana. And those are both coming out in the next couple of weeks.
That's awesome. I'm so proud of you. It's always exciting when one of our project babies gets to birth into the world.
Thank you. And I've also got a couple of events coming up. I'm going to be at the New Living Expo in April in San Rafael, and I'm going to be giving a workshop called Writing with Spirit, and a talk called The Way of the Fool.
Oh, that's exciting. I know there's a lot of people in our network that's been working with the energy of the fool through like tarot and other self-exploration. So that's exciting to hear. I hope people check it out. What inspired your writing journey and the offering of all these events and gatherings?
Well, I was a reluctant writer. I came to it late. I ran as fast as I could for my creativity. And apparently, you can run, but you can't hide. And it did catch up with me in my early to mid 30s, and I've been writing like a maniac ever since. I've got over 20 books out there now.
That's beautiful. You said that you can't hide from the journey, and I'm curious what advice you would have for others that are interested in following their creative dream. Know that they're supposed to, but like don't know where to begin or what to expect.
Well, that's kind of why I titled my book Birthing Your Book Even If You Don't Know What It's About, because one of the things that what inspired that title was people coming to me when I was living in Sedona, Arizona, who would say, I've just come from this intuitive reading, and the reader said, you've got a book in you. You've got to write a book, and I don't know what it's about. So, or I would have people come to me and say, people tell me I should write a book, or I know I've got this book, I just don't know what it is or where to begin. So Birthing Your Book, even if you don't know what it's about, is designed to get you into those inner places where the stories reside. And it's about helping you surrender to those stories and trust those stories and let those stories spill from you, because they will if you let them.
And I think that's a beautiful thing is that we do need to just find a ways to tap in, and sounds like your offering really can help people with that. I know there's been a lot of people that have reached out through the Bring Me to Life network that they are excited to write. They're nervous that people aren't going to read it or that people won't actually care about their story, but they still feel guided to do it. And it sounds like, you're inspiring them to just go for it.
Well, I think one of the key things to remember is that your first audience is you. And that writing is a journey of transformation for you, at least as much as it is for your reader. And you will not be the same person at the end of the journey, of the writing your book journey, as you were at the beginning. And so if you come from it from that perspective, then the ultimate audience doesn't matter quite as much, because you're doing it for you, for your own personal transformation to begin with.
That's a beautiful piece of advice that I don't know that we've heard yet. We've heard a lot of, just keep going and to reach out to others for support, but the do it for you, I think that's huge. That's huge on the creator's journey.
Well, because
Wow.
people are always saying, well, who's going to read it? Well, the answer is you have to write it. It doesn't matter who's going to read it.
I love that. You have to write it before you know. Sometimes they're like, pick a target audience, niche down. And I'm like, but I don't know who my audience is till I try, until I see who it connects with. Because what I visualize as my audience might be completely different than the people that fall in love with the story and enjoy watching.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay. So you said over 30 books.
No, 20. I'm getting
Okay.
there, but over over
Okay.
20.
You said you've been writing. Okay, I got them switched up. I got you. How do people support you? Like, where do they go to see all these books?
Say hello. He's on my lap, so we won't run off. But if you go to my website, which is markdavidgerson.com, you can find my books there. You can find I also coach writers. You can find my coaching information there. I've also recorded a bunch of workshops on writing for both writers and non-writers that are available for download on my website. And all my books are also available in paperback and ebook from the usual online sources. And my first ebook, I recorded my first ebook. It was so exciting back in the summer. And it's the first installment in my fantasy series, and it's The Moon Quest. And I narrated it, which was very cool and very hard, but very satisfying.
So we find the audiobook on your website too?
No, you'll find that on Audible and Apple Books.
Okay. And what was it called? How do we find it again?
It's called The Moon Quest.
The Moon
The
Quest.
Moon Quest, all one word.
I love that. Well, is there anything else you feel you would like to share with an audience or make sure someone knows about?
Sure. If you're in the Bay Area, come April, then come to the New Living Expo and look me up. I'd love to see you.
Yay, beautiful. Well, safe journeys. I know you've been traveling and now getting settled, and I love how much of your journey you share on just like the socials and your platforms, and people can follow you there too.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm Mark David Gerson. All one word is my username on almost everywhere. Not absolutely everywhere, but almost everywhere.
If you find one, I feel like you can try to find the others pretty easy. So that's
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for shining on with me. Let me see your puppy one more time. Let's give them a.
Sure. So Kiri, this is Kiri. It's Kyri, and he's actually named after a character in the Moon Quest.
Ooh, I know a lot
So
of dog lovers that would love to just, embrace what that character is like. That's awesome. Well, thank you for sharing. And until next time, I hope you stay awake and shine on.
Thank you. Likewise, you too. Thanks again.
You are tuned in to Shine Online. I want to give a shout out right now to the Riff Raff Arts Collective Street for helping us beautify the Shine Online set. We're going to jump to some of their videos now. They did a series called We Need to Talk, a bunch of music videos and docu-shorts to engage community talks. So we're going to get into those now.
We also had the opportunity to interview Lori McKinney and James Hart from the We Need to Talk project, and we're excited to share those with you as well.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. I am here in the Shine Time Studios with my friend Lori from the Riff Raff Arts Collective. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. Really excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you. So you were part of Shine Online last year, and you were working on some amazing projects. Is there anything that has happened in the last year or so that you're really excited to share with the world?
Yeah, thanks for asking. So we talked about We Need to Talk last Shine Online, which was exploring our movement using music videos and short documentaries to stoke community dialogue and hopefully bring along some community healing and build some bridges. And we've continued with that project. Super excited about the artist Jada Madison and her music video, Wild and Wonderful. It was so beautiful to watch her vision come to life and just see her passion for sharing the appreciation she has for the place that she lives with all of its challenges and all the dynamic of our relationship with our home.
Yeah.
Seeing her just uplift the folks around her and share her love and want to bring other young people like her into the fold of understanding how transformation can happen and change is possible and
we can positively impact the world around us. That was beautiful.
I love that. So in the last year, the We Need to Talk project's actually released 2 music videos, correct?
Yes, Compassion and Contrast and Wild and Wonderful.
Yeah.
Compassion and Contrast by James Hart, and just exploring the ways that the world could be and how easy it is to be kind and share compassion versus how the world currently is and the state of things.
I love that. We actually get to share a little bit with James here in a few segments here. Stay tuned for that. But what has the process been like creating those music videos on top of your own, which we talked about last year, and we will be featuring that here in just a little bit. But the behind the scenes part of making music videos, you're a musician yourself, that has to be like a dream come true to see that come to life.
It's really nice. It definitely, I love the process, and I love working with all the creative people and watching, especially the technical folks and the camera folks, and watching them set up the shots and work. It's just such a beautiful process to be a part of. I will say, as far as what we've learned, we have 5 more music videos that we're working on right now, and they're all in different stages of the process. And I've found that it's just emergent. You can't schedule when the flow occurs. And particularly if you're working with an artist who's in the midst of the songwriting process, you kind of have to allow for the process to take hold and not force it. And so in this phase of the project, we're at different points. One of them is in the midst of songwriting. One of them is in the midst of trying to get the perfect recording, and just all the moving parts. And I think that for me, the process has just been to allow it to emerge and just enjoy the journey.
Beautiful. So we talk a lot about inspiration on Shine Line, and I'm curious what the inspiration was for you to, take the focus off your own music just for a moment to collaborate with all these other people and to create these beautiful visions.
Well, I think we share that in common. I really appreciate how you all take so much time to shine the light on everyone else around you, and I also enjoy that. I just know it's about the collective. It's about all of us, and it's all the voices that need to be heard. And there are so many of them. And I very much appreciate when my voice is amplified. I thank you so much for allowing me to speak about what brings me inspiration. And I know how powerful that can be when we're just given this space to share our thoughts and our thinking. And I feel inspired right now in a way that I haven't felt in weeks. It's just like electrifying. I walked across the street and I had a reason to put on my sparkling headscarf. And I think I'm going to walk out of this room, probably go write something or feel motivated to do something. So I think it's just a really powerful thing when we can lift each other up and shine the light on those around us.
I love that. You also offer and co-create an event called Culture Fest. Want to talk about that experience for a second?
Sure. We're coming upon our 21st annual, and that's just another kind of another opportunity to just shine the lights on, so many people with so much to say. When we curate the lineup, musically and artistically, we're looking for people who are trying to use their voice to make a difference in some way. They have something that they're looking to reflect about the world or share, and the deep conversations and the feeding each other with joy and inspiration, especially in the moments that we're living in right now. It's ever more important to find ways that we can hold space for each other and find meaningful connection with each other. So Culture Fest World Music and Arts Festival, it's September 5th through 8th this year.
When can people go ahead and get their tickets? Is that up now, or
thanks for asking. It would probably by the end of February, we'll have that ticket link up at culturefestwv.com.
Beautiful. So say the website one more time.
It's culturefestwv.com.
Awesome. And where can people follow the We Need to Talk project?
TheRiffraff.net, our website, /We Need to Talk. You can click in and you can see all the music videos and all the docu-shorts. So you actually helped me to lay out the page in a really navigatable way. So you can go straight on and see all the featured music videos and all the featured docu-shorts.
Yeah, I love that. And the docu-shorts really are unique because they show you the behind the scenes. And I think we're going to show clips, if not all of them, here today on Shine Online. But we really want people to go and interact with those videos, share them with their communities, and use them to create conversations and to talk about the things that need to be talked about. So other than that, is there anything else you feel inspired to share with an audience today?
Yeah, we were talking earlier about kind of tips for anyone who's looking to follow their vision. And I would like to encourage people to lean into those around them that have resources as they're trying to share. Like if someone like Shannon Shine comes to you and says, I have a platform, I want to shine a light on your content, and you have the opportunity, send in your articles, send in your content, lean into the people who are trying to help you. I personally love to be available for anyone who wants to understand how to organize events or work with their local government or do the types of civic engagement and community building that we've done here
in Princeton happy to share that information. And so there's the resources that are sitting right here in this room, and so many people out there who want to help you. And I would say, like, don't be afraid to ask, and don't be afraid to accept that help if somebody is offering it to you, because it's a flow, it's a give and a take, and the currency of our what we each have to offer. If you're a giver, also be willing to receive.
And I think that's important for people to remember is like it is a full circle thing. So like we can offer and we can sit here and we can scream and shout and tell you all the amazing things to do, but the support back also means a lot. A simple comment, a simple share, a simple, hey, I see you. And those are things people can do for free to support such beautiful projects and creatives, just because we understand that the world is going in such a wild way, but being seen and knowing that the message is getting out there has been really inspiring for me as a person. And I want to say this last year, I've had a lot of people, including yourself, that have just really shown that like what we do by sharing other people's messages is important. And I've watched you do it for years, and I can't believe Culture Fest is going on 21 years. That's wild. I think this will be my 10th or 11th Culture Fest. So I can't wait, and I hope some of the viewers will tune in, and you have a few virtual ones from the years of virtual life that people can kind of tune in and just get even just a tiny glimpse of the magic that happens in real life. But there's all kinds of workshops, musicians, and just empowering things that happen there. So thank you for sharing. Thanks for creating all that you do. Where can people find you one more time in things that you do, your music, because you're also a musician?
Yeah, if you'd like to find a bunch of streaming live music of our most recent sounds and songs, you can find us at option22.net.
Yeah. Is there anything else about Option 22 people should know?
We like you said, we're involved in so much neighborhood building. We haven't had time to really focus on our own music, but we're just ever like focusing on trying to get back to centering our music, and hopefully we'll be able to release all the new songs that are just kind of sitting in the mixing board right now. We need to just finish them and get them out into the world, but we really are ready. We have about 24 songs that are just sitting there waiting to release, so hopefully that's coming soon.
All in divine time. And I know if we have any people that are watching that are close to the Princeton, West Virginia area or want to visit, that you have the open mic every Monday?
Yeah, every Monday. We love it when new folks flow into town and kind of swirl into this portal of awesomeness in the grassroots district. So anytime anybody wants to come for a visit, we'd love to see you.
I know it's a good place for people to catch you and Robert doing some music there. So, well, thanks for shining on with me. Thanks for coming to Shine Time Studios. And until next time, I hope you all check them out.
Never there was a time when it mattered more. And never there was a time when it mattered more. Your love and your light can open up the door. And never there was a time when it mattered more. And never there was a time when your love was called upon like this. Well, all of the signs, they beckon us to shine in the darkness. Never there was a time when it mattered more. Our love and our light can open up the door. Alright. And never there was a time when it mattered more.
It's been an amazing process to get to take this song and create this music video with it. It's kind of a dream come true to see it materialize in this way. I know that I feel a deep sense of calling to make a positive impact on the world around me, and everyone who came together to create this video seems to have that same sense of calling. The opening line of this song, "The Time Is Now," is, "Never there was a time when it mattered more." Even though my husband Robert and I wrote this song all the way back in 2017, it gets more true with every passing day. I feel like the moment that we're in right now, this moment in time, it's a deep place to be. It feels like the world is just out of control. Sometimes it feels like the world is on fire all around us. And it matters more now than ever before that we dig deep and think about the ways that we impact the world around us.
I've always been bullied really in my life, so doing this like music video about that was really like personal, and it was really emotional when we did the video. So it really like made me dig deep into my memories to do that.
It was really interesting because I don't think I've ever had a role where I'm the bad guy, per se, and it was a different perspective and kind of stepping in his shoes and seeing what he would be going through, and I feel like I can take away a lot from that because, well, if someone else is treating you badly, you can think about maybe what they're going through and how they may feel and how they're letting off steam by bullying you or being rude to you or something like that. But it's important to think that if you were going through something like that, how you would like to be treated, even though you may not feel that way.
I met the people from the riffraff, and of course I fit right in. And then I found out that Lori was just this amazing mega talent with music. And she shared the song with me, and she shared this very impactful story that happened to have happened the year I moved here. And it was a very emotional story. I don't want to cry, because it's an easy thing to cry. So she asked me about doing this video. And I thought, well, Lori, I would be so happy to be in anything you do and you create, because it was magic.
As soon as our hero looks into the camera in that first scene before he opens the door, immediately I was like, oh, it's coming. And every time there was like a meaningful interaction in the video. And so I think by the end I just had tears rolling down my cheeks. And such a powerful visual and auditory experience, because the song goes so well with it, and then interjected with the mountains and the dancing, and it's just perfection.
It's impossible to understand the lived experience of another being on this planet. No one person can understand what it's like to be another. And the only ways that we can begin to understand or share connection and empathize with another person is by listening. And it's so important for us to tune in and be active listeners to one another, share our stories with each other, open our hearts and our minds, because we might be enlightened to a perspective that we couldn't see before. No matter how convicted and sure we are of the ways that we see the world, there's always room for us to expand our minds through the lived experience of another.
It's important for us to think about how we treat other people right now, because I feel like from every direction, from every outlet, we're seeing the culmination of what happens when you only think about how it affects you, or how it affects your household, or how it affects your people, and not how it affects the world, how it affects others, how it affects, and we can get on soapboxes and yell at each other about the right way to do something, or who's going to win this conversation or something like that until the cows come home, but that's not really going to solve anything from my perspective, or historically speaking. As much as I feel like it's important to be able to find how we all meet in the middle, where we can find our common grounds, where we can figure out a way to find a kind solution and a compromise versus just conquer the other person in some kind of subject matter or dialogue. And I feel like so much of our perspective of the world has been based off of this: get as much as you can, or win, or be the best, instead of be patient, be kind.
Yeah, I think that a lot of bullying occurs over phones and social media and those things, and I think you need to be really, really careful what you post or what you type, because it's always going to get out. It's always going to get back to the person. And personally, I mean, things have been said about me over phones, and I've found them, and it devastates you. And I don't know, really, just even if a person, if you think that they deserve to be talked about, they don't. You just don't need to. It's not worth it, because you never know what effect your actions have, or words have, on other people, whether it be bullying or being kind. Bullying can have a ripple effect just as kindness has a ripple effect.
Has there been a time in your life when you felt like you needed to reach out for help?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us about that?
So, I've had a lot of those kind of situations, because I had one of those feelings when, the first day I was bullied in kindergarten or first grade. I didn't tell anybody, though, because I didn't feel like the need to tell anybody, but I really should have, because I was really suffering then when that happened, because that was the very first time that ever happened to me. So I should have asked for help, but I didn't, because I was too scared to. And I've learned now, growing up, that you shouldn't be scared to ask or just tell someone about it.
And I like, too, that the story didn't revolve that it started with the bullying, but that then the story got passed along. And then at the end, it's like, oh, yeah, and then they see each other, and, that moment of well, just, come on, you can do it, too, It's just so funny how, and me and Brady were talking outside about how sometimes it's that you're being the thing that people wish they could be, and they might be mean to you about it, but you'll extend that hand and say, well, you can come do this too, and have enough kindness for ourselves to be able to let those guards down, to offer that hand, and then on the other side to take it.
Well, I've grown up perpetually other, and that can be alienating. It can be hard to find ways to connect with people on ways that people are really used to connecting with other people. There's not other birds that look like me. There's not a lot of people that have preferences like I do when I was growing up and everything, and as a teenager. So I was able to learn so much about what actually is what we all share, and that's our emotionalities, our experiences, our interpretations of these ebbs and flows and everything. If someone's coming at us, I might not be able to relate to where their families come from, or what their partner looks like, but I can relate to that they're hurting, or that they're feeling lacking, or that they're scared, or that they're excited. There's so much more that we have in common than we realize.
Now more than ever, it's important that we listen to each other. With the world and the state that it's in, the only ways that we can break through and move forward to a more peaceful and harmonious world is if we listen to each other, that we can connect with each other and gain some empathy and understanding for one another. That's why this project is very important to us. We want to share our stories, empower and inspire others to share their stories, so that we might listen to one another, connect, and gain empathy and understanding. This video is dedicated in loving memory to Riley Odell, an extraordinary young lady who left us way too soon this past year in 2022. Riley believed in the importance of spreading kindness, and she showed that kindness to everyone around her, regardless of the ways that some people chose to treat her. She wasn't treated the way that she deserved to be treated sometimes in school, and she had wisdom beyond her years that allowed her to give back kindness no matter what. And in her memory, the hashtag Be the Sunshine swept over our community. She would always say, if you can't find the sunshine, be the sunshine. Riley loves sunflowers and the color yellow, and that's why in every scene in this video, you'll see a sunflower in honor of Riley.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hi, everybody, welcome back. I'm here with my friend James Hart. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah. So you are a musician, correct?
Yes.
And you play all kinds of instruments, but you have a favorite?
Favorite's guitar.
Yeah.
Guitar.
You're also a music teacher.
Yes.
That's where I got the idea that you play all kinds of instruments, because you teach all kinds of people different instruments, but your favorite definitely is guitar. So tell me a little bit about your music and the inspirations behind it.
I typically play an acoustic style singer-songwriter, I guess you could say. My styles vary quite a bit. You know, I have the whole blues and jazz background, which more blues and soul than jazz, I'd say. And then, of course, I also have the Appalachian style. You know,
You have a variety of styles.
Yeah, I'm a variety.
Yeah, and I love that it's really relatable for a lot of people. A lot of the different topics that I know that I've heard in your music is something that really touches my heart. And you often speak about love, but you have a few other inspirations recently, yes?
Yeah, I recently wrote a song called Man in the Window.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually finishing up recording that one now. Hopefully, eventually, I'll get this stuff on iTunes and that sort of thing. But it's a song about self-reflection, you know. We grow, we change.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. And there was probably a moment that helped inspire that. Maybe not one specific that stands out, but it's true. We all really start to change, and our music and our art typically changes with us over the years. How long have you been playing music?
I've been playing since I was 12. So about 30 years. Do the math on that.
That's beautiful. So I know that we talked a little bit about your most recent song, but what can people expect when they tune in? I know that you have a lot of songs about love, yes?
Oh, yeah. Lots of songs about love, just being happy in general. I don't like to write sad stuff, but if the notion hits me, I will. You know, just whatever I'm feeling, all right? It's an outlet, really. As a matter of fact, there's one song that I do. It's I wrote it using the biggest cliche that we can we can do as a songwriter. I wrote it. It's a song about not being able to write a song, which is totally cliche.
I have one of those songs.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's a lot more than that. It's about how do I write lyrics about what I'm feeling and what I'm thinking and what's going on with me, and making that my outlet. But at the same time, I'm not telling everybody my business, because, you know, most of the things you write about aren't private and personal. So that's what that one's about. Yeah.
Yeah, so I know that we're going to feature a little bit about another song you created called Compassion and Contrast. And we do have the whole MIDI doc that we hope to release with that. But do you have anything else you'd like the audience to know about that song and the process that maybe you experienced while creating the video in the mini doc series for the MIDI doc project?
That was a lot of fun. The song itself is just, it's just a view. It's a personal view, I guess, of how I see the world and how I would like to see the world.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no, I try not to be very opinionated about it. It's you know, it's just a character, I guess, of what is and what should be.
Mm-hmm.
The video was fun. We did that. Part of it is in Matoka.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I get the video part of that one. Yeah, and it's fun to be a part of music videos, because part of what we wanted to do with Bring Me to Life was create music videos. So being here in Princeton and having that opportunity to like participate in your video and a couple others has really been kind of like a dream come true for CeeLo and I.
Yeah.
But that part was really cool.
Yeah.
I froze for a second.
No, you're right. Yeah, that was a new experience for me. You know, of course, I recorded the music a long time before that, but the music or the video itself, that was totally new for me. I had never done nothing like that.
Yeah,
that was interesting.
Yeah, but it is a whole unique experience. So that brings me to the question of, what advice do you have for someone who's really into music, wants to be a musician, but is absolutely terrified? Like, they just don't even know where to begin.
Take it slow. Take it slow. Find, you know, try out different instruments. And you'll find your way that way, you know, and don't try to do too much at once. Music is a lifetime journey. It's not something that you become a master at, you know, in a matter of months.
It's just so hard for someone like me that's like, I just want to know how to do it.
Right. It's you never top out. You're always getting better as long as you're practicing and going for that. And another thing is to learn songs that you enjoy playing. If you don't enjoy playing it, don't play it, you know.
That's good advice. And I love that you shared that, because when I was younger, I tried to get into guitar, but it was miserable. The teacher only wanted to teach me songs that they liked, and I'd bring songs to them, and they were just like not into it. And I was like, well, I don't know what this song you're trying to teach me sounds like, and even if I listen to it, like, I can't find that vibe.
Yeah.
But I know working with you, I've brought you songs, and you broke them down for me and given me like hope to do that. Like you said, practice a little bit each day. And that feels a long way, even that like 5 or 10 minutes. You don't have to think like, oh, I got to dedicate 4 hours to this, or even an hour a day. So that's been really empowering to me as a musician. So let's see. Well, I know we're about to dive in and we're going to see the music video. We're going to see the mini doc. Is there anything else you feel like sharing with an audience about your creativity or your inspiration behind it?
You check my website out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get I'm still working on it, but you're helping me.
Yeah, we're doing it. You got a nice website out.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get everything sort of compiled in there so you can go there, check that out. I'm also kind of getting into TikTok too. So.
Oh, yeah. I've seen you pop up there a few times.
Yeah, I've been trying to get some videos on there. I don't know how long that'll last before I
Yeah.
move on. But
It's funny because I feel like it's like you feel like, or at least me personally, I feel like I can be a little bit more unfiltered on TikTok, like versus some of the other social medias. Like I can be silly because that's like what the platform's been made for.
right.
Just being your unique, silly self. So what is that website?
The website is jameshartofficial.com.
Yeah, and then where else can people find you? Is it the same on Instagram and stuff, or?
I think Instagram, probably James Hart Music. Facebook is James Hart Music. My name's kind of common, so you might have to dig a little bit. But and the TikTok, I think, is James Hart Music.
Okay, so James Hart Official for the website, James Hart Music. And how do you spell Hart?
H-A-R-T.
That'll help you find it.
Yeah.
Because it's like you said, a little common, but that's the unique part about it. Well, thanks for hopping in here in the studio with me. I'm excited to share your music video, and I do encourage people to go and check out the other music that we're gonna get it up on that website. We're gonna have all your dates and all that stuff up to date for people to find you. And do you have any other performances or anything coming up in March, April, or anything people should know?
Well, I've got several. I'm playing, I think March the 27th, I'm playing at the Matterhorn, which is at the Wolford House. I'm playing there tonight, actually.
Oh, cool.
Wolford House dinner theater. It's the little restaurant to the side. I'll be playing there. Check out Weatherground at some point. I'll be there. I don't have the dates.
Don't have the dates. Well, stay tuned. Check out Jim's website. We're going to get some dates for upcoming events. We're going to get some music on there. And people can also go to book you there, right? They send you a message. They want to get your music.
Yeah, and I'm checking that email at least once or twice a week. So
all right.
Hopefully I'll get some hits on that.
Cool deal. Well, thanks for shining on with me.
All right. Thank you.
It's not hard to forget. It's not hard to forgive. It's not hard to love another. Though we act like it is. It's so easy. It's so easy. Is it really out of fashion to show someone compassion? Emotion starts with action and begins to gain traction if we try. At least we try. But instead we live a lie and act like all the others. We plug our ears and shut our eyes while they steal from all their brothers. They don't care. They don't care. It's hard to imagine world full of compassion, where people take the beatings and everybody stands, they don't care. they don't care. It's not hard to forget. It's not hard to forgive. It's not hard to love another. But we act like it is. It's so easy. It's so easy. Is it really out of fashion to show someone compassion? Emotion starts with action and begins to gain traction if we try.
It was really fun. Like making the video was fun. It was cold at times in certain places, but you know, that one scene where we shot in nature, which was where it was cold, but it was just nice to get out in that and spend the day in that. And we found so many cool places to do the shots. You know, we had the sun coming in through the trees, and the tree that has the hole in it, you'll see her looking into. We seen that, and right away, I mean, we all sort of agreed on everything we seen. And then, of course, going to the second scene, like, how perfect was that to just find a place where it's already set up. They were getting ready to tear the place down, so like half of it was torn. It looked, you know, it had the exact appeal that we were looking for this shot. Nika was a trooper, because Nika, it was cold when we were in the woods, man. I don't think any of us expected it to be, because I mean, you look at the video and it's nice, it's beautiful, the sun's out. It's such a lie. It was so cold, and she, you know, she would. Of course, she didn't have her coat on during the filming. Of course, afterwards, she threw her coat on. She had her hot chocolate. But, I mean, we had to go through scene after scene, you know, to get everything just right. And she was a trooper. It was like working with, you know, a famous actor that's been doing this for 20 years. You know, she just did what she had to do. Give me my hot cocoa when I'm done. And she was cool, man.
It was really cold. It was really, really cold. What do I remember the most? Well, I remember that I was walking through a forest, and that's it. That's the thing I remember the most. I remember all of it, though.
What else do you remember?
I remember there was like fog machines in the town.
It was a little chilly that day, I do remember that, but everybody was a champion. Like, everybody was there. We were ready. We did multiple takes. A lot of us had to hold our breath while we ran because the smoke was blowing in our faces and we didn't want to breathe in the smoke. So we were holding our breath while we were running, and it was just a really awesome experience to see that. And we did it. The hardest part, I think, for the music video was freezing and holding that position for, it was a few minutes, I feel like. And I chose a pose where one of my legs was like up in the air. And I was like, it was awesome. It was a cool experience.
It was cold, definitely cold, but it was really cool to have a bunch of friends and new friends and old friends come together to collaborate for the music video, and being able to light smoke bombs for most of the day was the highlight of my day, for sure.
Well, honestly, I mean, I've been writing music and doing music since I was really old enough to do it. You know, I've been writing songs and playing music for people since I was 15, which is, you know, quite a while back now. And to have a music video, to actually go through that process and see that on a screen, was fantastic. You know, it was something that I've always wanted to do, and to, you know, it's funny to have it done. I just want to do more now. You know, we're never satisfied, are we? But it was it was a milestone for me, and yeah, it was really awesome. I was inspired. It was right before the pandemic when I actually wrote the song, and it had to do with, you know, we had all those riots going on. There's a lot of division, a lot of just closed-mindedness really going on, and it just honestly, it angered me a bit, you know, because I thought we were sort of past that, you know, and all of a sudden we're not, you know, this reality sets in. So I wrote it with that in mind. It's sort of, for me, the song has sort of transitioned meanings over time because of different situations, and I think the video has done the same thing.
So the whole experience of the video is really powerful because there's such a interesting storyline to be in nature and then to go into the world as you perceive it when things are going wrong. And the magic of hearing his voice change when the scenes change, I think, is a really powerful moment. So being able to be a part of this video as well as other videos in the series, it's just magical to see the messages come to life. Watching the little girl go from the different scenes, I think, was really the message between how a child perceives the world and how we change as adults to become maybe just something that others want us to be. And the little girl doesn't change throughout the whole message. She's just taking in what it is around her. And she's got this delicate object that could just burst at any moment, just like a person's emotions can burst at any moment. But she's just kind of taking it all in.
The yellow balloon, for me, I think symbolized just like all the love and compassion and happiness that the world needs, and that we should show to one another on a daily basis.
I think it's trying to show that you should be kind to others and don't be mean. But I thought it was like, it felt like everyone else was missing the like pretty view or something. Yeah, to how pretty it could be.
So what I immediately, like, what I was finding most powerful is like how cohesive the aesthetics and the feelings were across the board, using multiple mediums and like body language. You could really feel the contrast and like feel the passion and the chaos and the peace of the moment as well. Even in the face of adversity, even though we are facing a lot of these problems that are inevitable and are going to come up, a lot of these hard things that we need to face, we do need to hold on to that bit of compassion and humanity and be able to see that in each other, even if we're at odds with each other.
Yeah, this world it's a crazy world out there, And it can be really easy to get distracted and carried away with all the chaos. So being able to reflect and take a second to remember that a lot of us have been through abuse at some point in our lives, and just being mindful of how we treat people is, I think, going to make this a better world. I think it'll make this a better world when we are mindful of how we treat people.
A world full of compassion, to me, is just people thinking about others, I mean, sure, we have to keep ourselves in mind, let's be real, but at the same time, we just have to put ourselves in other people's shoes,
I think a vision of a compassionate world to me is when people do take the time to see others in the experience they're having. Like when people see somebody who's truly struggling on the streets or truly hungry, and so many people shrug off the homeless people or the people that just need someone to talk to. More often than not, I find a lot of people just need somebody to talk to and to really hear what they have to say. And sometimes they don't need feedback. They just need someone to listen and to witness what it is they're going through. And I've seen some of that in my community, but at the world at large, I feel like we're not doing enough of that. We're not doing enough listening and talking about the things we need to talk about.
I see the way that we've lost compassion in the way that we treat people that we deem other than or less than, rather than seeing each other's inherent worth just for being here alive on this planet.
I really just wish that people would love one another, no matter your sexual orientation or your gender identity or your political affiliation or, even what you do for a job or your religious beliefs. None of that really matters in the end, so just love and respect each other.
I think a world full of compassion is a beautiful place. Even though we will still feel the feelings that we feel, they won't get turned into violence, they won't get turned into war, they won't get turned into a lot more than just, I'm not having a good day. That stuff, it's really easy to get carried away with the chaos and to not realize how we're affecting other people. And so a world full of compassion is going to help transcend a lot of the violence that we're experiencing and that we're seeing on a daily basis.
I'd like to share that no matter how different or how strange you might feel, you'll always have one nice spot inside. I hope a lot of people watch this because the things I just said are literally the truth.
It took me a long time to appreciate where I came from. The mountains and the beauty here, my friends and family and the community. This place will always feel like home.
As I sit up on the mountains, wondering where life's gonna take me next. Yeah, the breeze of the wind had to guide me back home where my soul is meant to be. Sweet old West Virginia, she's called me back yet again. And I just couldn't wait to see us spin around. I will always come back, my friend. they're so strong. She keeps me grounded. She gave me this song. Wild and wonderful, they call her mountain mama. Have you ever seen the sunrise or how the sun sets in the holler? Sweet old West Virginia, she's called me back yet again. I just couldn't wait to see you. It's been a while. I will always come back, my friend. I've been far away for so long. I can't help but wonder how I keep getting drawn back to my roots. They're so strong. She keeps me grounded. She gave me this song. Why don't you come on down and witness for yourself? Magic in these mountains, these towns, a community like nothing else. Sweet old West Virginia, she's called me back yet again. I just couldn't wait to see you. It's been a while. I will always come back, my friend. As I sit up on the mountains, wondering where life's gonna take me next. Yeah, the breeze of the wind had to guide me back home where my soul is meant to be. Sweet old West Virginia, she's called me back yet again. And I just couldn't wait to see us. Been a while. I will always come back, my friend.
We are going on an adventure for my music video.
I'm attempting to attach this device to the car so we can attach the camera.
I was like, I don't think we can swim.
I
don't know. Like there might be a spot.
Hydra. It's for putting a camera outside of the car, and
Heck yeah.
today is trial by fire day.
I am going to go on a road trip, a mini road trip to a beautiful river and beautiful waterfalls. All right, this is Bullwinkle bus. I've had Bullwinkle for 22 years. And it's a home away from home.
Oh, it's very nice.
I have a closet with that. I can hang up my stuff. And I got my food. And I've got my icebox. And it even has a kitchen sink. This is the original Opie. Definitely gonna come along for the ride today. Opie Opossum likes to just hang out.
So right now we're about to film the part of the music video where the bus comes across the bridge and goes down through the S-curves, and it's a beautiful day for it. Don't you think, Robert?
Yeah, watching this go down the road from that perspective was a whole new thing. I've never seen it from that perspective before. I'm always behind the wheel. You know, no one else gets to drive it. So, yeah, that was awesome.
My favorite part in the video is definitely like me, Tiffany, and Kim, and everybody that helped make the video a thing, like going to Sandstone Falls and the waterfall, because water's like my favorite. The waterfalls here are super beautiful, and that was a treat. So that was definitely like my favorite part of the entire video.
Oh, what a joy to get to, it was just, you know, hanging out with friends with cameras. So that was nice. It was cool to get to do a lot of things with people I love already, so swell.
I just want everybody to see the beauty in West Virginia like I do, like to my perspective, because we do get a lot of people that say negative things a lot, but until you come here and you appreciate the community that we have and the people that we have within the state, like, you won't understand. We are all definitely educated, and there's some of the most educated and creative entrepreneurs here in this state, and that gets overlooked a lot just because they think we're a bunch of hicks from the country, but we're not. I guess, like, growing up as a woman of color, it's tricky sometimes in this state to feel like you belong, because you're either too black or you're too whitewashed in a sense, and I always felt like I was in that in between. But I think as I've gotten older, the culture has changed a bit, and people have been more supportive. So I don't know, I feel like that's an ongoing challenge of not feeling like I belong, but I found my people here and they make me feel like I belong, so that's all that matters. There's not a lot for opportunity, or growing up I thought there wasn't really much for opportunity around here, but as I got older I learned, like, you kind of have to create that, you know, and not even for yourself but for others as well. So whether it's the youth or like a business, if it's not here, why not create it and share it with everyone else?
It kind of gives us a blank space. It's beneficial for us because we have that ability to be creative in what we do, because we don't have the what we're supposed to do or what we can do. We can make our own things to do, which opens up our minds to think more and to figure out what we truly enjoy.
I guess I want them to do the same thing I did, just sit and reflect and like appreciate where you came from and see all the beauty that's here, because it's not a horrible place. Despite what people can say, there is a lot of beauty here, and to just sit with that.
I love it here so much. It's hard to think about going anywhere else because you have it all. You got good people, you got good places. And I think that's something I learned when I was traveling and kind of feeling out the rest of the country for where I might end up. At the end of the day, all the towns, they all end up the same, and it's the people in them that make a difference. And we just have some spectacular people here, so why would you go anywhere else and try to start new? And you just continue to make the lasting foundations of lifelong friendships that we get to do in these mountains here.
People are genuine here and kind, and communities are made up of the people, so that's got to be it.
There's just like a sweetness and a warmth and a kindness here that is just like a given, and I like that. It's the world can be a scary place sometimes, but even though the things I heard about West Virginia growing up made it sound like a scary place, you get here and it's one of the most welcoming and loving communities I've ever been a part of. No matter, you know, who you meet in it, it's always a pleasant surprise to be like, oh yeah, well, look at where we are. Of course, why would I expect the people around me to be bad when we live in such a lovely place? So
just how blessed we are to be here and to live in such a beautiful place and such a secure place, really. And I just really love being outside too, in general. I mean, you walk outside and there's just nature everywhere. It doesn't really matter where you go in West Virginia, there's always something like that. So, and also the beauty of seeing 4 seasons. Everybody is kind, and I feel supportive also. But I mean, you could literally pass somebody on the street and smile at them and they would smile back. Or like if you're broken down on the side of the road,
more than likely, you know, not just one person, but like there will be 10 people right there willing to help you. And then you could walk into a coffee shop the next day and see one of those people, and you're able to have conversation and just, I don't know, the connections and things like that.
Do you think that that idea is reflected in any of the lyrics of your song?
I would like to think so. I would say like the last verse. It's, why don't you come on down and witness for yourself the magic in these mountains, these towns. I feel like that's what I was kind of stressing in the third verse is, yeah, the people here, like their hearts and they're magical, beautiful human beings.
It's home. It's the place I know. It's the place where my family live. I am part of a great community, and working on a college campus for 18 years now. I think that each of us has a vision in our hearts and in our minds, and it's easy to follow that vision here. And then you will find others who have a similar vision, and it's community that makes the change happen.